Oh, yeah. It might be us. Yeah. Hey, there's a person in that little roof over there, or the little room. Hello. There we go. Rishi, what was your inspiration behind this piece?
Fan service.
Yeah. We got more. Who partied last night? Nobody. That's why you're here at this panel. Who's pulled an all-nighter? Who has like no sleep at all whatsoever? Okay. Yeah, you stay away from me. You got the crazy look in your eyes. Donka. Is it Donka or Donkey? Donka. Donkey Kong. Donkashun? So S-H-U-N? Is that how you say it?
S-C-H-U with an umlaut.
You lost me. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. I love German. German is a beautiful language. I went to Paris a few days ago. I was scared to be there. I thought I'd be judged by the French. I'm like, how can they tell an American? And then I looked at my gut and I'm like, oh, they can tell.
There was no question. No question at all.
Buongiorno. What's up? Oh, I love it. I love being in a walkable city. Living in America, there's cars coming careening at you at all times. She's not best pony.
She kind of is, though.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we get to sign these. Thank you.
All right. Well, while Saber continues signing his life away on these little contracts, welcome to the American YouTuber panel.
Yeah! USA! Ooh. I thought I had to play the flute for a second.
You just ruined the vibe. Thanks. All right. So what country are we in right now?
Danke.
You guys struggled way too hard. I'll tell you, we're in Germany right now. Oh yeah, I know. I woke up this morning and I was like, oh wow, that really did happen. We're here. I have a question because 10 years ago, I was in Germany at a different convention known as Brony Fair. Is there anybody here in the audience that was that 2015 convention? All right, we did get some hands up. Do you guys remember this book at all? Yeah.
What's that?
It was 10 years ago, but this was the book that I asked you guys to come up with words that you wanted me to say in German. Well, maybe we'll make him suffer a little bit today.
There's a little something called Google.
Think of some fun words. I know which one we'll probably end on. Yeah, exactly. But again, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It's an absolute honor for us to be here.
Their caps are broken here. They don't fall off.
I know.
How am I supposed to throw this into the river?
So no joke. Yeah, like every water bottle I've been handed, I'm like, man,
just take a little bit of American ingenuity. Yeah, there we go.
You did it.
Are there any, thank you. In America, we do, just throw it into the river. Easy as that.
We don't have rivers in America anymore.
They dried up a few days ago. Why is your water bubbling? What?
Because it's good water.
Spicy water.
No, this was something I experienced last time I came here. I was like, hey, I'd like some water, and they're like, okay, here you go, and I'm like, this is like soda, but it's water.
Where's the sugar?
Yeah.
Where's the sugar?
Where's the sugar?
Oh, they're closing the blinds.
Who here? Oh, wow.
Atmosphere.
They have all the technology in this country.
I love it.
My God.
In America, there's a little monkey on a bicycle going and winding down the blinds.
And I'm the monkey.
You are the monkey.
So again, welcome in. This panel is largely going to be Q&A. We want to answer your questions. We want to have fun with you. Are you all excited to be here this morning? GalaCon 2015.
GalaCon!
I didn't even catch that. I said 2015.
2015.
We're going back in time, everybody. So yes, so over here we have this fine individual who's next to the microphone who will be helping you all out as far as the Q&A line. And we'll find out who's going to be the first one to get into that line. What is that?
It's Kinger.
Hi!
It's Kinger from Hasbin Hotel!
All right. I mentioned this yesterday, but I absolutely love the cosplays. So good, nice. That's well done. But yeah, so like we were saying, we will have a Q&A mic here, and this panel's very much going to be driven off of your questions, stories that you want to hear. We might tell a few stories of stuff that we've experienced over the past week. Yeah, so is anyone brave enough to be the first? Oh, there you are.
Yay!
That's right, round of applause. What is that? That's not how that works. It's not a handheld mic.
Is this thing on? Yes.
Yep, seems to be on. Since you guys have been to a lot of conventions, what has been the most iconic convention moment for both of you?
Ooh.
You got a better memory than I do about these things.
You think I have a better memory, but I just watch the vlogs over and over.
Well, because you film it. That's why.
Yeah, I do. So, gosh, some iconic moments from conventions. So, how many of you know about the first time Saber and I met Lauren Faust? How many of you know who Lauren Faust is at this point? Okay, good. You know, we're so into this fandom that there's probably people who are like, who?
I was a baby.
I came in at G5. Who's Lauren Faust? Okay, so you know who Lauren is. Surprisingly, it took us a while to actually
track her down
and find her house.
Right.
But we did. See, they don't know that we're joking.
Yeah.
They're like, you found her house. Is that how you do it here? So basically, we were out at BabsCon, and we had these balloons. And they were long balloons.
Yep.
To which, of course, naturally, you would have a sword fight.
Yep.
In an elevator.
Yep. And
the elevator was moving up, and we knew that there were certain guests at this convention, including Lauren. And what was it that you said?
I said, like, we're acting like idiots, smacking our balloons with each other. And I'm like, wouldn't it be funny if the door opens and Lauren's standing there?
So
next floor.
The door opens, and Lauren's standing there.
And what's funny is, he filmed this moment.
On accident.
On accident.
Yeah.
And you can actually see the moment where my soul leaves my body, where I'm like, ha ha, Lauren. Yeah. But she's cool about it.
Yeah, the whole reason that
she's
the
like,
camera
don't
was
stop.
Yeah, the whole reason the camera was even rolling was because we were just coming from a previous panel. So it was sitting on a tripod like one of these, and I just didn't realize I didn't stop the camera, and so we happened to capture this moment. And yeah, like the door opens and like you said, Lauren was totally cool about it. She's like, "Why'd you guys stop fighting?" To the death! Come on!
To the death. Yep.
So that was how we met Lauren, which was.
I have a problem with My Little Pony creators and
elevator doors. Yeah.
So are you all familiar with Bonnie Zackerley? You know, the creator of the entire goddamn franchise.
Yeah.
So we're at a convention in LA. This is back in like 2017. I had a little plastic cup. You know, we use cups in America for water. And I walked with said cup towards the elevator, and in my typical stupid way, I'm like, you know, just shooting off my mouth. Something about how I'm like, I won't make a fool of myself at this convention.
Well,
and I took the cup. Wait, what happened?
I was going to say, ironically, that's because we saw Lauren.
That's right.
She was a level down, and he was like, I wanted to yell out and just be like, Lauren. But you're like, no, I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of these people. And he took the cup, and he goes to throw it. And as
I thought the cup would bounce.
It's going down in, like, imagine this in slow motion, right? It's falling down. And as it's going down, the elevator door starts to open. It hits the ground.
Shatters.
It shatters. It's just explosion of cups.
Plastic shards.
And Bonnie Zackerley standing right there in her open-toed shoes. She goes, what the heck?
And I was so embarrassed. I was like on all fours looking down, picking up the pieces. I'm like, I'm sorry. I was too embarrassed to make eye contact with her.
So we're just as amazed as you are that we were invited to GalaCon 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't use the elevator. What?
There's an elevator?
We're Americans. We use the elevator. We have our stairs move in America. They're called escalators.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we invented it.
Probably not.
Along with gravity. Yes.
Okay. Question. When is your first time you see the first episode MLP?
First time we watched My Little Pony?
Yes.
Ooh. Prison. 2011. No.
Again, they don't know that you're joking.
Yeah.
It was American.
Felony for throwing cups. I watched it in 2011 on the internet. I stole it. It was illegally uploaded, and I illegally downloaded it. See, I'm in Germany, so I can't get arrested here for my crimes in America, like throwing cups. All right. No, I watched it online. It was just on Equestria Daily. I checked it out, and I was like, "This is a good show. I get it. I like it."
How many of you, before you watched My Little Pony, figured you did not want to watch My Little Pony?
Ooh.
That's me too. That's me too. So my girlfriend, who is now my wife, Sarah was like, "Hey, you know what? You should check out this episode of My Little Pony." And I'm like, no. Because when I was a kid, I remembered seeing the commercials when I was watching my cartoons, and the My Little Pony toy commercials would come on, and I was like,
It's for girls.
yeah, that's for girls.
It's a girls show.
Yeah, can't.
I'm watching a boys show.
Yeah.
Like, hey Arnold.
I'm cool, Sarah. I'm cool.
I'm cool.
So she knew I wasn't. But yeah, she suggested that I watch one episode. She'd just give it a chance. I'm like, fine. It was Fall Weather Friends from season 1. And I just remember watching it and going, oh, okay, that was all right. It wasn't as bad as I expected it to be. And then I had a little bit of time. I was just going to college, and I had some time before classes started where I'm like, well, maybe I'll check out the first episode. Just the first episode. Oh, the first episode's a 2-parter? Okay, all right. I'll just watch the second episode too. Well, at this point, I've watched 3 episodes. I might as well watch the whole season. Okay. And I was really surprised about the characters, specifically like Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Again, Fall Weather Friends heavily featured those two. And it was 2 character types I wasn't expecting in the show.
Cowboys and assholes.
Tomboys. So yeah, it ended up hooking me, and then it was just as much the community, seeing the community works, because I was actually seeing people were sharing the community works before I ever saw the show itself. So there were scenes. Do you guys remember? And God, it's been so long now. The actual reference.
84 years.
But when Fluttershy is singing about she's an evil enchantress does. I thought that was just an internet joke that someone made, and when it actually came on the episode, I'm like, oh, this actually happened.
Based alert.
Whoa! So, yeah, no, it was quite the journey to end up where we are here today. Next question.
So this isn't actually for me because I'm not a creative type at all, but I know some people that are trying to go into a similar field that you two are in, and that is you have such a large audience, a large number of subscribers. What would you say if somebody's interested in this field is the best thing to do to grow an audience that you do?
I'll answer that question, but before you sit down, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
All right, so don't go anywhere. What was your question?
How do you grow an audience on
How do you
YouTube?
grow an audience?
Yeah.
Bribery. YouTube is so different today than it was 10 years ago. It was around the mid-2010s where I feel that YouTube, social media took off in the big mainstream ways. I blame the elections. I really do. I think they were able to finally catch up with that and use it. And I expect before, in 2011, 2012, I've been on the internet since 1999.
Yeah.
I'm 70 years old. I'm not, but no, seeing the internet evolve, seeing it being all quirky in the mid-2000s, seeing it kind of take its first big boy steps in like 2010 to 2011, but it was around like 2015, 16 where it went mainstream. Nowadays, it feels like most folks are like, I've got to make it online. I need to be super popular. I have to be super successful. I need big, lofty numbers. No, you don't. No, you don't. I think the idea of having like millions of subscribers, which is, cool. It's a blessing. It can be a curse too. Yeah. But I would say, what was your question?
How do you grow an audience on YouTube?
Huh?
Never done it.
I would say this might sound dishonorable. Chase trends. If you got to start somewhere, and it's best for you to find your wheelhouse. What is of interest to you? Find someone who has done it. That's an inspiration, and then copy them. Add your own personality in there to add your own personal flair. Especially with the advent of AI right now, more than ever, it's important to be human. To be authentic, to be yourself. Because AI cannot replicate true personality like us humans. I believe, there's an AI in the audience, I heard that. But Larry and Jihad is all I have to say about that. No, but I would say you have to springboard with trends. And once you kind of get more into the algorithm, you can start injecting more of yourself into your videos and don't have to follow the trends too tightly. But that's how you start. I mean, it sounds shameless, but I've seen creators try to be completely 100% original from the get-go. It's insanely hard to do. Not impossible, but it's very hard. My question for you, what do you call those shorts? Those shorts you're wearing. I feel like every
shorts.
European is issued a pair of these shorts.
Jean shorts that I bought in a ANC or AMC or something. I don't
An
know.
AMC? The theater?
No. What was it? AC? CNA.
Canada?
Canada.
Wait,
yeah, Canada.
hold on.
Exactly.
Why do you Europeans love these shorts so much?
Comfy and easy to wear.
I love that you're putting him on the spot, and he's from Salt Lake City.
He's been indoctrinated.
He's been here for 10 years, but I mean, get the.
There you go. I do. AC race person. No, where can I buy a pair of those shorts before I go back home?
Go to CNA or
CNN?
Some
CNA.
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 Or H&M.
Canada.
What does CNA stand for?
I don't remember.
Corderies.
They just accept it.
Whatever. All right. I mean, would you all recommend those shorts? You all gotta calm down, okay? I'm getting sick of you uppity Europeans screaming and shouting, all right? I'm sick of it. It's getting tiring. We reserved Americans are disgusted by your debauchery. I'll take my business to McDonald's.
I mean, look at the amount of ankle he's
Put on my
showing.
Nikes, all right? And get a big Whopper.
Well,
Cargo
thank you.
shorts. Oh yeah, it is. USA.
So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
And
What was the question?
Oh my God. So I want to add one small thing to that. When I was, I got a ride share to the airport when I was leaving California. And the guy who was driving me was like, "Oh, so where are you going?" And I was like, "I'm going to Germany." And he was like, "Whoa, Germany." And he's like, "Why are you going to Germany?" And I'm like, "How much do I want to explain right now?" So I was like, well, I make YouTube content. There's a convention that would like me out. And he goes, "Oh, YouTube. That's my 11-year-old."
I've heard of that.
Well, he goes, "That's what my 11-year-old wants to do as a career." And he's like, "But I'm worried, like, what if he gets like hate?" And I basically said, "Well, sir."
She will.
I was like, I'm gonna be real with you. If you do this, it kind of comes with it. So, it's part of it's gonna be building a thick skin. We're not gonna just like sit up here and say, "Oh, it's all roses and happy times." But at the same time, if I have a parent asking me, "Hey, my kid wants to do this," first thing I'm saying is, practice internet safety.
Yep.
First and foremost, just typical parenting stuff. It's like just make sure that you're in tune with your child and all that. But we've talked about this.
Yeah.
As far as like kids, like it's like isn't that the biggest thing now that kids say they want to do?
Yeah, more than doctors, more than being a barista.
Wow.
No, honest to God, it's crazy how I feel that. Are there any millennials in the audience? Millennial is a term in America for people born at the turn of the millennium. No? Okay. Bunch of Zoomers in this audience.
They raised their hands.
Who? 5 of them? All right, good. No, I was gonna say it's so funny because we came from the generation that kind of bridged the gap between running around picking fireflies and putting them in jars and coming home. And
You're from Georgia.
I'm from Georgia. Playing our banjos and whistling Dixie. But no, honest to God though, it's kind of horrifying. I went to this show in Atlanta with this guy who runs this history podcast, and he said we're currently the guinea pigs of social media. We don't know what the ramifications of what social media will do to the human race as far as misinformation, AI, always living in a day and age where the camera's rolling, so you gotta be careful with what you say. My God, I've been feeling so scared to go to baseball games with the Jumbotron, If you're a CEO on the Jumbotron, you're dead. Dead.
You don't have anything to worry about, though.
Don't worry. Give me that hot dog. No, but what I'm trying to say though is, having a thick skin. That's why I'm a big advocate for having a nice cozy community. God, I love. Shh. Don't joking. You're good, Chrysalis. It's all right. No, a nice cozy community because that way the stakes feel a bit lower. You don't feel as terrified because the higher you go, there are people who are magnificent creators who get hate for no reason. And it just comes with the territory. It's almost inevitable. I think there's some kind of deep-rooted envy that people have, and that the internet. Because I feel like when you talk to a person face to face, it's more humanizing. You don't feel as combative. But when it's on the internet, you feel like you can say anything you want to these people and hate on them. Yeah. Screw this person. I hate that they made a bad video. I hope they die. And it's would you say that to their face? Mm-mm. No. I don't know. I guess to go back to the entire guinea pig social media thing is I feel like one of my biggest bits of true, genuine advice is don't lose your humanity on the internet. It's so important to have a balance of going out into the real world, go to the park, talk to people. Don't forget your roots.
Yeah, totally. Next question.
Hi.
Hello.
I've got one for Saberspark.
Yes.
When did your furry allegations start? What's the timeline looking like?
Allegations.
I've been losing track of my allegations. Shh, you. No, put your heart down. It started with Robin Hood back in 1994. Maid Marian, yo. She can get it. Is this a PG panel?
Yes, let's just say yes.
She can get it. I love anther characters.
It's a hard PG.
Shut up!
Sorry.
I love anthropomorphic characters. Anthropomorphic is walking animals in America.
They walk in America?
They walk and talk in America. They're called birds. No, so what makes us the American YouTuber panel is that you all have health insurance and we don't.
Yeah.
So
is that you're German and we're stupid?
We're stupid. There's probably an Italian in the audience who's hey. Buongiorno. Are there any Americans in the audience, by the way?
Hey, see? The guy with the shorts.
What have they done to you?
Where'd you get those?
Where's your standard issue Big Mac? Where's your sugar cane Coca-Cola? No, but silence. No. What was your question?
Good Lord.
The general timeline of
It's
your
these damn lights.
Your
your
allegations.
furry suspicions.
I just always loved anthropomorphic. I stood no chance, growing up in the 90s and the 2000s, and just so much furry shit. And I'm like, I guess they're pretty cool, And then eventually I found this one. You stand up? Can you do a backflip? That's my speech. No, that's my fiance. She's a furry, and she basically made me. Don't clap. I said stop.
She's a furry. Oh, yes.
Wait, you can't clap more for her than us.
Well, I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either. It was her, and then also, I just feel that anther characters are fun. There's something universal about animals. It goes back to cave drawings where they're like, ugh, I am mammoth, put their palm on a cave or something. Shut up.
I am mammoth.
Do you think the first caveman drew a mammoth and some other cave people were like, Commissions?
One art for grog, one rock, please.
Someone, who copied my mammoth?
Walt Disney's like, I'm gonna have to change the mammoth.
Change the mammoth. Did I answer
you
your
know-
question?
Not really, no.
Well, that just makes it like any other question so far this panel, I guess. Yeah, no, yeah. I feel like he's, ever since any of us, I think, ended up in the brony fandom anyways, there was always that like, you're a furry, aren't you? No, I'm a brony, total difference.
Different.
No.
A horse.
It was
not an
over.
animal.
It was over.
I will say, I'm trying to think of a single anthropomorphic movie that I like.
Space Jam.
Are there any good ones that you guys can think of?
Gangster Gang.
Gangster Gang.
Yep.
Yeah, what's up with that? Even you guys are calling it bad guys. But we saw the poster. It's a Gangster Gang.
I know what movie he's talking about. Zoo Mania 2.
Are you sure it's on Tutropolis?
I don't have a clue what it is anymore, but okay, yes.
Zootopia.
Yeah, Zootopia. But thank you for your question. We're sorry that you...
Good enough.
Good
It was
enough.
his fault. Her fault. Thank you. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. For both of you. A question I've Jesus Christ.
You're good.
A question I've never really seen in a Q&A, but it seems kind of obvious. What is your favorite cutie mark design and why?
Cutie mark sign?
Cutie mark design
Design.
and why?
Cutie mark design.
I'm a blank flank. I mean that. I'm serious.
Take him out.
I don't want any evidence.
That's not a real camera.
I saw the blow darts. I'm a blank flank because I believe in infinite possibilities. Can you imagine getting a cutie mark and it was like a pile of poop? And you're like, what the hell is this? Think about it, Reese.
I'm thinking about it.
What's your cutie mark?
A pile of poop.
I knew it.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe this just comes with also liking the character, but I always thought that Rainbow Dash had a real badass, the lightning bolt, the rainbow lightning bolt.
Bunch of woke
It's so
nonsense.
cool. Look, it's right there. Look at it.
Disgusting.
Look at it.
California?
Look at it!
California, get out of here. I don't like Rainbow Dash. What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think?
What's your favorite cutie mark design?
The cutie mark Crusaders as a whole, I think. Probably Scootaloo if I had to choose one.
Do you have a favorite Cutie Mark Crusader?
Who are they again?
Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Did they ever get their key marks?
Yes.
When?
You reacted to it.
I
On a
did?
Bronies React, no less.
When was that?
Don't worry, his memory's going. I'm gonna. Well, you know what? Scootaloo was. I feel like I don't know, like the one that I'm like, oh, that's my favorite, and it works out because after as much as we ended up hanging out later with Michelle and Claire, it's like, yeah, screw those guys. We'll take Scootaloo.
They're annoying.
Yeah.
Don't like them.
Again, everyone's taking it seriously.
Write that down.
No, we've gotten to know Michelle and Claire, voice of Apple Bloom and voice of Sweetie Belle, very well over the years. Great people and okay people. I was trying to be nice because they're Canadian. So.
Are there Canadians here right now?
Any Canadians?
Show yourself. I love this convention.
Because no one raised their
No
hands?
Canadians.
That's what we're talking about.
That's
here.
what we're talking about. Thank you for your question.
Yes, thank you.
Aren't you from Switzerland?
No, Sweden.
Yeah, same thing. Oh, it says American YouTuber panel. You knew what you were signing up for. Right?
Yeah.
I love your watches.
Thank you very much for that. But it's
And your
not
meatballs.
watches, it's buttons. But anyhow,
I have a question for you.
okay.
If it's like, let's say you're in America, and awards.
In the US
In the
specifically,
US.
yes?
Oh, well, America.
America is more than the US.
I think there's a South America. They're just copying us. If a war started, could you run into an IKEA and like plead sanctuary?
I don't know that actually, but you can ask them.
Get in here. Build a couch first. All right.
What's your question?
My question to you is for both of you. You have been to a lot of conventions over the years before coming here to GalaCon. Can you tell us some really funny or special memory you have from any of these conventions that you have been to? Either for yourself or with friends?
Sure. Are you all familiar with a convention called Unicon? I was there, Gandalf.
We were there.
3,000 years ago.
We wrote the texts.
So there was a... are there any people here who do not know what we're talking about with Las Pegasus Unicon? Okay. Imagine... This is very out of character for Las Vegas. But imagine a convention ran by a bunch of, liars and deceivers who were there to scam people. Yep.
Go figure.
Go figure. So I want you all to know...
Anyone from Vegas here?
Okay, we would have smelled them. No, but okay. So early on in the convention scene for Bronies in 2012, 2013, it was like ecstasy. We were all on cloud 9. That cloud no. Get it?
9.
In German, 9 means no. Just want to let you all know.
On cloud, no.
9. But the convention was a scam from the get-go. People didn't really know that because they were all so optimistic. That included the show staff who foolishly agreed to, we'll have our flights and our hotels and our appearance fees paid for after the convention. That was ended after this convention.
Yep.
Because the convention was a scam, full-blown, where by Saturday evening, the agents found out that they were duped. And there was a room party at this casino hotel by our friend Dusty Cat, who invited us to the room party. It was a tuxedo party. We didn't have tuxedos.
So we showed up in big cowboy hats made
and
out
flannel.
of foam.
Yeah.
As one does. We didn't have the shorts. I'm sorry.
We didn't have the shorts. Right. But we got into the party. We were hanging out, and we can tell the energy was really off. It felt very sour. Something was up. And then we were invited to a room because I guess, or I was. You weren't. Were you invited to the room, or was it just me?
I was not invited. No. I had to wait outside. I had no idea what was going on.
I qualified as Brony.
Because you were part of the media.
Media.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, in hindsight, I'm like, Brony Media? We contact CNN and Brony Breakdown. The war in Iran has started. I was invited to a room, and a bunch of other Brony Media people, like Equestria Daily, Everfree Network were in there. Some of the agents from the celebrities, the Terror Strong, whatever, were in there. And they're like, we just got screwed. This entire convention is falling apart. We have no way to get back home. We've been lied to. And it felt like the Council of Elrond, but for Brony conventions, where it's like we have to answer the threat of Mordor. But Mordor is not having money. So the convention...
A lot of us have that Mordor issue these days, don't we?
Oh, yeah. But the convention staff basically abandoned their post and gave up and ran away. There was the lady Sandy was the one who was in charge of it. I remember just seeing her miserable face on a little scooter. Apparently, her and her husband were running like pet scams in Las Vegas before. But
and we thought they'd do fine at the convention.
What happened? No, but a lot of the Bronies who were there banded together and held the convention, on Sunday, held it together.
Yep.
Had a big old stream to raise money to get people home.
I think we raised $15,000 overnight.
Yeah.
Just as a fandom. The people that weren't even there were just throwing money at this. Because the reality is again, this was so early on with the My Little Pony fandom and the convention scene that there was like the belief, especially as we were sitting in there, that it's like, if this isn't fixed, this could be the end of the convention scene.
Hasbro at that point turned a blind eye to conventions, let them do their thing.
Yeah.
We'll let our voice actors and writers and directors go to these conventions. We'll just turn a blind eye to it. It's your thing. But we were told that if things go south and it's a disaster, Hasbro might go, no, we're done with these pony conventions.
Because
we don't sanction it.
Yeah, their name would be attached to, the My Little Pony convention. You know, Hasbro's My Little Pony has this failed convention, and they're going to be like, oh, well, we're not doing this anymore.
No, it's done.
So it was a little tense, but yeah, I mean, luckily, you know, we did pull through. Somehow the convention actually completely finished. We raised the money that we needed to, and honestly, by the end of it, we were like, that was kind of fun.
Looking back, I felt so foolish. I felt so bad for how optimistic people were, naive, and you can't blame them. Because up to that point, all these other conventions, like at least 4 or 5 major conventions, have done their thing, and this is the one that took advantage of that goodwill, and which was then combated by the goodwill of other folks to make up the difference.
Right.
But at the vendor hall, it's like, okay, what we'll do. This is the convention staff talking. What we'll do? Give us your money. Here's some tickets. This is our own currency for you to use in the vendor hall. And then you'll cash out your currency and we'll pay you actual money for what you're owed. Okay.
It didn't happen.
They took their money and took off with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was just a mess. But luckily we did pull through. I still love that. Like, some people probably still wonder, why is this one of the iconic moments that you remember? But again, it's the way that everybody pulled together at this weekend. It was pretty much it was one of those signs of like the fandom never saying die.
Right.
You know,
right.
we have a problem. As a community, we're going to fix it.
There were
and we did.
Brony news outlets that were like rivals who are like, we must put aside our differences and band together for the greater good.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
It was quite the thing to watch. I was glad that I was there just to witness it.
It was like the Titanic sinking, but it was shaped like a pony.
Yeah.
So imagine Rainbow Dash drowning.
She can't swim.
Not cool.
But yeah, no, thank you for your question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Was that your question? By the okay, good.
Are you going to ask everyone that?
What was your question?
Hello.
Hello. So I thought, why not just try a little bit of a controversial opinion question?
Oh.
So my question would be to both of you.
Rainbow Dash.
Well, that is actually a valid answer.
Okay.
You just don't know that yet.
Uh-oh.
But I don't think you want to say that for, well, whatever.
Who's your least favorite? Go for it. Sorry.
No.
I'll let you ask.
My question is, what, in your opinion, is the most overrated and underrated character? For me, underrated. Just saying. But
Aren't you glad that I
what
said
is your
Rainbow
opinion?
Dash to this?
Overrated.
Can I can answer. At one point, I had an answer for this kind of going through the show. I really did not like Starlight Glimmer when she kind of like first showed up. I was like, there's a guy in the States right now that's like named Taylor who's like, no, but
He took out a second mortgage to live in a trailer-themed Starlight Glimmer house. I'm joking.
but so Starlight actually grew on me. Like that was a character that I did not like, and then I was like, oh, you know what? Actually, she's pretty cool. I like the characters that will like call out like the obnoxious actions of other characters and just be like, why are you doing this?
Didn't she kill Discord for fun? I'm serious. Didn't she like shoot him or something with a gun?
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
The Shadow Realm.
I don't like Fluttershy's brother. He's a douchebag. Douchebag in America means...
Okay, you don't have to explain that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, wait, actually.
Douchenbaggin. Frodo
You keep talking. I'm going to see if it's in here. Hey, I spent $9.
Underrated character? William Shatner. No. I don't know. Fluttershy? I feel like not many folks like Fluttershy.
Hayseed Turnip Truck is the most underrated character in the show.
Who's he?
He's the one that goes, hey, Rarity. And he's got buck teeth and looks like he's from where you're from.
Where are from?
Where we're from.
We're from. We are. What's your answer for this?
Underrated.
Oh, yeah, you said that the moose character is your favorite.
Well, come on. We both know that is not a moose.
Didn't he become the king of the changelings?
Well, I don't think they ever call him king in the show, but
Lord Regent.
Basically, yeah, well.
President.
As for overrated, Luna.
Dude, that's a hot take right there. Hold on.
I like her.
Come up here.
Everyone put your butter knives down.
Put down your buttered pretzels. Why Luna?
Well, I do personally really like her, but I feel like
Well,
overrated doesn't mean that I don't like her. It just means that I think people give her a little bit too much love compared to characters that deserve it a little bit more.
of course, the changeling says he deserves
Well,
love.
come on. Listen up. You there. Okay. Hold up.
I'm just saying. In America, we say how it is.
Well,
And we have no health insurance.
well, I have to say, personally, that's kind of racist.
American.
Well, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Fair.
I like that, though, Luna. So she is overrated. Too much love. I think that's fair. I mean, can you blame them, though? Luna made a huge splash. You can't blame her.
I mean, it's kind of hard, personally, but I understand why people love her a lot.
Hold on. Did Luna, retire at the end?
Yep.
That must be nice. Cool. Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
So for stream? Okay.
By the way, you've all been good sports.
Y'all
so
been excellent.
I want to say that we've had a lot of fun. I did find the word, by the way.
Hold on, let me see.
That's right. That's right there.
Where is it? Dove?
No. What? That's right.
Douche. Splung. Spolapa. Rat.
This is why we're going to do this in a
Hold
few
on.
minutes.
Let me get my reading glasses. How are German people real? I love this. Spulung. Don't you what me? What you? Was? I need you to help me translate. Come up here. Thank
There you go.
It's this word. Donut?
That's donut.
I'd like to have a donut. There is no douchebag?
If you mean douche, it's Spülung.
Spulung. They're talking shit about us.
They've been doing that the whole panel. So here's what I think we're gonna do. By the way, while our experts consult,
We got
we'll probably cut the line off where it's at right now, and we'll get through these questions, and then with whatever time left, we'll see how good his German is,
quick question.
and mine.
Quick question.
Yeah. Yes.
You all have been amazing. I mean that. No, I was.
What's the catch?
Hold on. I actually was told this morning. I watched a Reddit post about how there's some German guy who was saying that when Americans say you're amazing, you're awesome, that's excellent, that he was saying Americans get a little bit too enthusiastic throwing that kind of turn of phrase around. Is that true? Yeah. So when I say things like you're amazing, you guys are like.
Yeah, but we mean it this time.
No, but is that so? That's a thing. For the German people, when I say things like your beer is excellent, you're like, oh.
We know. I love that.
So in what turn of phrase? If I did a quadruple backflip off the roof and landed it, that's when you guys are like, that's excellent.
No, you got to reel it.
Not
wait,
bad.
wait. I wanna try something with all of you.
God, I'd hate to be an Uber driver. 2 out of 5.
Here we go. You guys are okay.
Hold on.
We're figuring it out.
Okay. I thought you said no Canadians here.
This is like, I won't say the other word, but how Australians say mate and it means something else, and then they say something else and it means mate.
It's a PG panel.
Let me see if that word's in here.
Wait, so if I say you all are
starts with
incredible,
nah.
So is that insulting? Have I acted insulting to you all?
Yes.
Cool. No, you guys are awesome. I love it. Are there any French people here? And leave. No, I'm joking. What do you mean?
Don't leave.
What do you mean like that? What does that mean?
I live in Switzerland, but I speak French.
Cool.
The French part of Switzerland.
I was terrified of being around the French. I was in Paris for a day, and I was like, man, they're gonna make fun of me. They're gonna make fun of me for not knowing French.
As they should.
We went to Notre Dame. I saw some hunchback crawling on a roof, and we left. It was a good day.
That's a good day. What's your question?
Oh, hi.
Hi. So, with the last now 15 years of this fandom,
Where's my senior discount?
With people, for example, like me, going from these shiny-eyed teenagers in front of screens, watching these American vloggers on conventions and going into a dream of going to a convention, and for a lot of us, you guys being sort of the defining people of this fandom, do you guys ever reflect on that? How much impact you have on all of us? Just going through life and being here right now?
Are you going to sue us after this?
I'm
taking you to court. Is that, maybe that's more of an American thing too.
Sure.
I'll let you know in another 15 years.
Fair enough. Emotional damage.
You answer. This is you.
You know, it's, so we've talked about this a lot over the years. For us, we've always just made goofy content that's now, evolved into, actually legitimate content. but it was always just a matter of us having fun and being like, you know what, this is something this is a community that we love and love to make laugh, and so, hey, we're gonna make content that makes us laugh and hopefully people laugh with us or at us. And it's going to the conventions in person where you actually start to see the impact that you have. There's almost nothing any more humbling than somebody coming up to you and saying, thank you. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for saving me. Something to that nature.
It's very surreal.
You do not realize the impact that you can have on anybody. We're doing this in a room editing, there's comments coming back and whatnot, but when you see that in real life, see the impact that you can have, that's where it's like, oh my God. Like, it's hard for us to really, see until, again, we're at things like this. I always say it's like, I'm in Germany, and I have people coming up to me and saying, hey, I love your content. I'm like, on the other side of the world. Like, that is so cool. That's the power of the internet, that.
It's not all bad.
Yeah, and that's the incredible part. Or that's the okay part.
Perfectly acceptable. No, it's very humanizing. When you have someone walk up and say, hey, I was having a really, rough time, but your videos helped me to get through it. Because I've been in the same boat where I've had, bad days. I think we all have bad days. I think there's something really powerful in finding like a YouTube channel or a series that you can just kind of take a deep breath, relax. It means a lot just to be able to. What's the word I'm looking for? Get lost in, I guess. Is a turn of phrase. It's a very surreal experience, but it's also very meaningful. Because at the end of the day, we're all humans, and we're all going through this life together. And there's something very special about just sharing that connection where it's like, above all else, yes, I've been able to buy 4 yachts from what I've done.
No, he hasn't.
They're okay. No, it's just 2. No, but nothing is better than someone saying, hey, your video really helped me. I've been at a convention before where someone's like, I was going to kill myself, but like your videos gave me comfort just to kind of just, disarm, relax, get through the next day. And I'm like, damn, someone's life is still, they're still here because of my videos. I thought it would have had the opposite effect, to be honest. But, no, it means a lot. It really does. It's cool. It is the highest honor we could ever receive.
Yeah.
Besides money.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
It's the highest honor. No, it means a lot. Again, to everyone who is here, thank you. What a cool ride to be able to be here at this very moment with you all. And just, again, as cringe as it sounds, the human race, we're all together. We all put our European pants on one leg at a time.
Shorts.
Yeah.
Shorts, sorry. Yeah, then let me thank you personally, because all those years of your goofiness has really been special to me all these years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Y'all been okay. What's up?
Hey there. So I have sort of a follow-up to that because this one, the last question was about how you feel and yeah, closer. Give it that.
There you go.
Better that. Okay. So the first one was about how you feel about the development. My question was, since you were from the beginning, where even I wasn't in there, basically came a year later, or a year and a half, you've followed the development of the fandom from the beginning to now, and it has changed a lot. You had all the chaotic starts, and then it kind of fizzled out. Many cons stopped that were there, but GalaCon is still here and will stay here as long as people come. But I always saw the parallels and the hope that we would get somewhere into the Star Trek fandom vibe, where people go to conventions like 70 years after the first series. But the internet is such a boost in that, so we had this all on speed dial, basically. Everything was developing much more quickly. And how did you experience that? What's your experience of the fandom back then, in the middle, and now? How's the trajectory going, in your opinion?
I feel like there's been a bit of a nostalgic, rebound. Though there's some folks who are like, we never left. But it's funny that the fandom's been around for so long that there are people who are like, I watched your video when I was only 2 years old. But there's a lot of Zoomers who grew up watching our videos, God bless them. And they're at conventions now, and it's almost like, passing the torch in a way. Seeing them, have fun. A lot of them who are like, I grew up watching your videos, but now I get to actually be here at this convention, having a good time, making YouTube videos. It's cool. I think this fandom will be around for a long time. And just hell, even being here, watching the concert last night, I was like, damn, there are people here. There's demand. There's a community, and I love it. I think it's amazing. I don't think we'll have reached the same heights as Star Trek, but as far as a similar vibe of there being a group of people who are very passionate about, ponies. Again, at the end of the day, we're here for camaraderie. We're here for community. We're here to feel like we can be comfortable in our own skin and be part of a loving group of people who want to support us and have fun. That's what it's all about. But as it started off, again, in the early 2010s, just pure ecstasy. People were going off on how we're going to change the world, And then it kind of cooled off in the mid-2010s. It's so funny, the birth of horse fame cracked me up. Where there are people who are taking it seriously, who are like, I'm a brony musician, you don't understand. Where are my groupies? And I'm like, you're a brony musician. You're not a rock star. None of us are. Well, you are. You're my personal rock star.
I'm okay.
He's okay. Yeah. But no, I would say after COVID as well, there seemed to have been kind of a resurgence. And now that COVID is, at least the very strenuous stuff is kind of behind us now. Just seems a lot of folks are excited to get back to the convention scene and have fun. So it feels good. I actually thought it would have gone away after COVID. I'm like, it's the end of pony conventions, but no, we're still standing.
And just to add to that, just to give an idea, in case anyone ever hears people say, guys, I think the fandom's dying.
I've been saying that since 2013.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember, I think it's slowing down. I think that was 12 years ago. I think we're doing all right. The fact that we're sitting here 15 years after, the show started, and
15 years.
Yeah, I won't tell you how many years since the show ended. But that's the thing is that, we're still here, and this is what is going to keep it alive. Yep. It's not so much about, is there that next generation, or is there, how good was, this generation, or how long ago was Gen 4? It's going to be about all of this and the community that's going to keep it going. Mm-hmm. And as long as, and I think you said it, as long as people are supporting GalaCon and continuing to go, GalaCon's going to have no reason to not be around. So thank you to all of you to help keeping this going.
Yeah. Thank you all.
So.
6 minutes.
All right, the last two questions, and then we'll crank out the book for a minute.
The fandom is dying. Season 5 is taking forever.
Here we go.
No.
He's right this time, though.
What's he saying?
He said the fandom's dying.
Oh, yeah.
Because back then season 5 took forever, and that's one of the doom saying I heard back then. But Annie, I have one small question and one thank you. What really got me to actually watch the show was Ballad of the Bronies.
Oh my God, it's a throwback.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was
You'll get your check
ago.
in the mail.
And another guy, I think AC may know, who basically just absolutely screamed.
Solrak?
Solrak.
I think so. I never.
Oh, it's definitely
Solrak. Yeah.
That's his
just
thing.
absolutely screamed the title theme into the microphone, and I was like, I gotta see the show now.
Yeah. Good old Solrak.
He's still he's called Carlos now,
which is Solrak backwards. Go figure.
He's on Newgrounds. He does his animations.
The question is, back when it all began, a lot. I saw a lot of. I don't consider myself a furry, but I do know a lot of people in the community, and there was like, for a long time, quite a divide between the brony fandom and like the furry fandom. It seems to have mostly converged onto one another, but just what did you see any divide like that, or similar divides that
bronies
seemed odd but seemed to have naturally kind of converged?
Yeah, I would say bronies are like furries in Sunday school. You know?
Yeah.
Furries scare me, man. They party hard. They're furries.
You married one, or you're going to marry one.
I married.
Your fiancé one.
No, but no. I mean, initially there was a little bit of like, we're not furries, they're freaks. Now it's like, oh, like 40% of this fandom is a bunch of furries. Got it.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. I'm personally, I think people are just like, whatever.
I think just over time, the brony fandom just kind of, as far as those people that had a lot of those like opinions and whatnot, I think there just came a point where like, why?
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
They're all weird.
Yeah,
I think
we're all weird.
I do think bronies are a little bit more introverted and reserved compared to furries. Who, again, I've been to furry cons. I'm like, damn, they will drink a fraternity under the table, but they party hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's chill.
Yeah.
All right, last question. Then we
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Starlight Glimmer. Know her? Don't know her? Doesn't matter. Why does she look like that? That's my question. This will not be on the official Starlight Glimmer survey results because that was at least a year ago.
I like her socks.
Starlight Glimmer?
Yeah.
The toothpaste pony.
The toothpaste pony.
Yes.
What flavor of toothpaste?
Out of the questions from the intro thing that is a meme thing.
Oh,
okay.
Meme questions.
Okay.
Who even is Starlight Glimmer?
No
Why
one.
is she on me? Why is she on my TV? Does she need help? What's Starlight Glimmer's name? Why does she look like that?
These are questions we will not know until we're dead.
Yeah. These are
maybe in the next
rhetorical.
life we will know. We will know about the power of the glimmer.
Indeed.
All right, thank you for your questions.
All of them. All right. So
we got 2 minutes for German.
We have 2 minutes, so I'm going to just jump to the one here. Who wants to see if Saberspark can say speed limit in German?
I've walked around this town. There is no speed limit.
All right, this did take me a second to find when I did this 10 years ago. Speedboat, speed. There it is. All right, right here. You're going in raw.
Daddy like. No, but,
why did that get the react? Like, we've said so many weird things up here, and that was the one. Wow. Raw food in Germany? I don't think so. We cook our schnitzels here. All right, here we go. Look how many phones are out now. Saberspark's going to try to say speed limit.
Speed limit. That was okay. What's wrong with you all? Why you all have such crazy ass words? Like saying like excuse me is 4 syllables in y'all's language. Just say sorry. Instead it's like Anscheinlegen. All right, Geschwindig, Kick, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I got it. I nailed it. No, that's the wrong word. Sorry.
No.
That was speeding. Sorry, not speed limits. Sorry. Gesh wing vin. Gesh vin dig kites be grenzung. That was okay. That was okay. Okay.
I think you nailed it.
One more time. We got 13 seconds. Here you go. Geishvin dig heights berg be grinzung. I did it. I learned German.
There it is. Now he knows the most important word. Everyone, we want to thank you again for coming out to the American YouTuber panel. As a reminder, 1 hour from now, at 1 p.m. in the main hall, we are bringing Hooves Line to Germany. If you don't know,
If you all thought this panel was bad, just
yeah.
you
If you
wait.
don't know what it is an hour of improv games of us being
stupid,
absolutely idiots on stage. You don't want to miss it. Maybe you do. But Who's Line in an hour in main hall. Thank you so much again for coming out to GalaCon, and we'll see you around.
Thank you all.
Brohuff.
All right.
Hallo. Test 1, 2, 3.
Is this thing? Oh. Hello, GalaCon. Oh my God. Hello. Thank you so much for coming to my panel, the Online Creator Survival Guide for anyone who does anything online and wants a little bit of advice. First things first. Hello, I'm Nini. Some of you might know who I am, some of you might not. Not to brag, I swear it's not to brag, but just to show that I know what I'm talking about a little bit, I put some numbers down so you can look those over. Just so, a little evidence, I suppose. I just graduated with a degree in content creation, which, yes, that exists. So that on top of everything else is the whole package. The first question, I'm sure you guys know this, but what actually is content? Because there's a lot of people who don't like the word in the first place because, they're just illustrators or artists in general, and content feels very corporate, but it doesn't have to be. Content can literally just be any of these things. It can be art, it can be illustration, animation, YouTube videos of any kind, photos as well. Photographers are also still a thing. And many more. There's so many things still being added. Games technically count now as well. So if you're in any of these categories, this panel is for you as well. Well, then we have the modern internet. Has anyone been around on the internet when DeviantArt still had that really confusing logo? Anyone? Yeah? I mean, some people have probably been around for even longer than that, but that's when I got on the internet, and a lot has changed, obviously. When YouTube still had star systems for videos and everything. It was very whimsical, I think. It was very freedom of expression, and I feel like creatives owned the internet back then, right? The music videos on YouTube weren't really a thing yet, because I feel like that's what attracted all the more normal people to the internet. And a lot has changed. Nowadays, it's for example, on Instagram, if you're marketing on Instagram, you can see how long people stop scrolling on your advertisement. Everything is being kept track of, even on Twitter and everything. If you stop scrolling on something, the algorithm is oh, that's an interesting post. Keep that in mind. It's very important. Corporations own the internet now. I'm sure you guys have seen the censorship stuff on Twitter that's happening right now. Big bummer for lots of people, including myself. And attention is it's a currency now, almost. Your followers, your likes, and everything have become much more important. Because on DeviantArt back in the day, you could favorite art, right? Which was very weighty and very cool when people did it. But now it's you'll get 20 likes, and it's this short little dopamine rush. So it's much easier to focus on the count of those numbers. And a really big addition that I feel we don't talk about enough is endless feeds. These are still pretty new when you think about it, but they're a keystone of the modern internet because they're designed to keep you on there as long as possible. So instead of, the page eventually running dry, it just keeps going forever based on what you like. And all of that, what shows up on that feed is decided by so many different numbers, including what I mentioned, how long people stop scrolling. So, for example, on Twitter, if you see a text post or drama post and you don't want drama on your timeline, you keep scrolling. You don't even read it. That's the strat. Then you have the modern content style. So everything obviously changed a lot as well. And then you have, images is still a thing. Long form, as we call it now, we used to just call it YouTube videos, but now long form is horizontal, normal videos, and short form, I assume everyone here knows what that is by now, but it's TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, which are all kind of the same thing, except the algorithms are vastly different. And of course, live streaming is not new, but it is growing very, very fast right now. And then there's the big question, because there's so many, am I allowed to swear? There's so many goddamn platforms nowadays, and it can be really hard to choose where you want to post, right? Honestly, yes, you have to choose to some degree, but only based on what you make. So don't feel pressured. It is only in your service to decide where you want to go. If you do long form, obviously there's YouTube, but if you do art, it gets a lot more complicated. For example, if you're a fan artist, Tumblr's fucking amazing. But if you're an OC artist, Tumblr kind of sucks, right? So it's all over the place in that way. And Twitter, for example, Very hit or miss. The algorithm is extremely confusing nowadays. But Blue Sky is now also there, which when I did the first panel at PonyCon Holland, they had just entered the scene. And they've grown a lot since then. So especially, you know, like, they have actual hashtags, which actually work. For those who don't know, on Twitter, hashtags only work if you're trending, if they are trending. Otherwise, they will nuke you in the algorithm because they think it's spam. So Blue Sky works a lot better for that. Instagram? Where do you even begin with fucking Instagram, dude? Instagram is like, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of hate using Instagram because, like, you get, like, an ad every 2 posts nowadays, and all I get is, like, either shorts or carousel posts, which are, like, multiple images. There's no such thing as, like, one image popping off on Instagram anymore. So if you want to post, like, a single image and you don't already have a following, Instagram is probably going to nuke your self-esteem to some degree. I feel like looking at those things is how you decide which one to use. But it's also experimentation, right? One post will do better on one platform than the other, and that's okay. Now here comes the more like corporate stuff. This is the kind of stuff we had to learn in school. Posting, when you post, actually matters. Some people don't think it does. If you have a lot of followers, it doesn't matter as much. But if you don't, for example, a lot of people on Twitter are in the US. That's like just fact. So if you post in the European morning, you're shooting yourself in the foot, for example. It's really precise in that way because how Twitter works is if someone looks at your post when it was just posted and scrolls by, that is detrimental to your post because the first interactions decide how the algorithm feels. If too many people skip over it just as it was posted, it's over for that post, usually. So posting when other people are on the website right now, or a lot of people, is much better in that way. Also, consistency is a huge one. I know it's like you don't want to feel pressured to create stuff, right? That makes perfect sense. Thankfully, you can schedule stuff nowadays. But if you post once in a blue moon, Twitter or any social media usually doesn't like that very much and will just kind of shrug the post off because you can't promise your viewers much if you're not active in their eyes, right? They want people that offer them constant feeds of entertainment. So if you do draw a lot, don't post like a shit ton of stuff in one day, or even with videos. Don't post like a lot in 1 week. Schedule them out over time because consistency, dude, the algorithms eat that shit up. On top of all that, though, this sounds really intimidating to a lot of people, but for the love of God, have fun first. So many people get intimidated by the performance, by the statistics, by all of those things. But if you don't have fun with this, you're gonna like wear yourself out. And I know it's really tempting on modern social media to get exhausted. So you like really have to pull it by the reins and take control over that situation. But you can do that. It is possible. Just if you're demotivated, go to your friends, share art with them, have fun together. Because you guys remember like on DeviantArt how that used to go? You would like draw each other's characters, have your OCs interact with each other. It was really like community focused, and that part has dwindled down a lot. Genuinely just go back to that. Draw your friends as characters from time to time, watch their reaction, absolute joy. Great motivator. And then here's always my favorite part. Meeting other creatives is incredible. And I mean, we all know those memes of like, oh my God, my favorite artist followed me back. That's so cool. But meeting others genuinely is a huge part of staying alive on the social web. It's like, for example, nowadays on DeviantArt, people commented a lot in my memory, but nowadays it's less common. And I often worry that I annoy the shit out of people on Twitter with how many people I comment on. But genuinely, it is so important to be vocal in your support. Likes are one thing, retweets are a little better, but commenting is a whole other thing. Because it's actually like appreciation you can perceive properly. And a lot of times, in my case at least, if someone comments on my art, I check their profile. I don't know if everyone else does that, but I've met the most people by just checking out the ones that reply to my stuff and being like, oh, hey, that's a cool artist, and I just follow them back. And that's how I also met a lot of other streamers. You know, you just show up to them, interact with them a bit, and like not in the way of like being super starstruck. That's okay, but they're just people, right? I have a podcast nowadays. Oh my God, a white person with a podcast, how shocking. But I talk to like creatives there. The most recent 2 are with a special effects artist who worked on like Halo, the show, and like a bunch of Marvel movies. And the other is Lena Raine. I'm sure a bunch of you guys know Lena Raine. And the more you talk to those people, the more you realize that all creatives, no matter in what branch, are still just creatives and just people. And they all come from somewhere, right? They start with like tiny jobs and hobbies and little bubbles online, and then they just grow out to something else. It's really easy to look at those people and it's like, oh, they got lucky and like, I'll never get there or whatever. But I think it's really important to realize that literally everyone online, no matter how big, is just some person who likes posting shit. It's not that deep, right? I mean, above all, it just kind of comes down to like, you're all in this together, right? All creatives, honestly, if a creative gets jealous of another creative, red flag, always a red flag. In my opinion, creatives should root for each other at all times. Literally, why wouldn't you, right? Being a creative is really fucking difficult nowadays. I'm sure everyone here knows that. So like having other people around you supporting you, nothing compares. It is so important. And if someone does well faster than you, for example, awesome for them, right? Doesn't have to say anything about you as a creative. It just says that they're doing well. And being happy for them is all the more powerful. Oh, and then community. Oh my God, this is so relevant for where we are right now. Community is super important. I'm sure everyone is in like at least one fandom. I wonder which. But there's so many others out there, right? And like they all have different vibes going on and different people, but it is so awesome to be in a community and just indulge in each other's interest, right? Some of you guys might know this, but I really like Deltarune, for example, and there's a bunch of Discords based on that as well. It is a little scary to join those sometimes because you don't know anyone, but genuinely, just hop in, talk to people, share your art, compliment each other's work, obviously, and then you'll just meet new creatives. And it is one of the best feelings ever to have other people to indulge with, right? Because, like, I'm sure, I mean, everyone here knows that being at a convention is, like, nothing compared to just being alone at home, indulging in the show itself. So, with Discords as well, I always give this advice. A lot of people think this is really scary, and I get it. Join the voice chat. Like, you know in servers how there's always a public voice chat? It is really scary at first, but I have met my best friends just sitting in public VCs and chatting it up. And it started with like Mob Psycho, for example. Everyone was like really sweet. We created a little friend group, besties for life now, stuff like that. Amazing experience. And a big part of that, this is really funny. I follow like marketeers, right? Like professional marketeers. And you expect Instagram, LinkedIn, all those like normal platforms, Facebook even still gets mentioned. But Discord is also on there now as like a professional platform. And the reason is that everyone, and I'm sure you guys know what I mean by this, craves authenticity right now. Because corporations are fucking controlling the internet in mass. So everyone is like yearning for just normal connection, right? Actual people that are genuine, heartfelt, and aren't trying to sell you stuff. Because even on platforms like YouTube, does anyone here actually like enjoy YouTube sponsorships? That's what I thought. No, they are like so, it's you know it's ingenuine. You know they're getting paid, and that immediately removes some of the authenticity from those creators. We did an experiment in school, and literally everyone said that if a person does a sponsorship, their opinion lowers of that creator. Because it's like, you want someone that's normal and real and not a sellout, as people call it. Like, they need to they pay the bills, obviously. We all know that, right? But in the end, everyone just wants to talk to a person. And Discord is huge in that front. So if you haven't already, join a bunch of them. Maybe make your own. It is a great way to just connect to other creatives and followers, if that's applicable. And then the dangers. I mean, everyone knows this already, but it is always good to be reminded, because I feel like it's one of those things where you know, but you don't know. You know what I mean? You don't feel it all the time. Numbers, forget them. Genuinely, dude, I have so many friends who are absolutely incredibly talented, beautiful works, beautiful videos, beautiful art, and they'll be so demotivated because their art gets like 10 likes, 5 likes, whatever. But when a post does blow up, right, it happens. Sometimes a post goes like crazy viral, and it's nice for a little bit. You get followers and everything, cool. But then that's that, right? That's the rush, and it goes away again, and then you crave it all over again. There's not a finish line ever. So like, what helps for all the people I know that did, grow over time is to just not focus on those. It's so cliche, right? When you ask YouTubers, like, oh, why did you start making videos? I just like making videos. I just like doing this thing, right? That's all what they always say, and it feels kind of like, sure, dude, but it's true. Like, genuinely, that's the root of it all. And like I said as well, if you catch someone taking other people down because they're doing well, and it's like, oh, they're so overrated, or it's not fair, or whatever, genuinely, my advice would be to take a few steps back, because it's just not worth it. Every creative should lift each other up. It's already hard enough. So if someone doesn't do this very basic thing, huge red flag. Also, roots are such a big part of being a creative. I feel like a lot of people started because of a show or a movie, right? An IP. For those who don't know, I started because of Super Mario games, right? That was my first fictional like obsession. And then ponies came like 2 years later, and in like 2011. But sometimes when I'm like, when it's like demotivating or you're tired, you just have to look back. It sounds so fucking cheesy, but just look back at why you started creating in the first place, and it gives you so much energy, right? Like an OC you made back in the day, a story you wrote, or the show you fell in love with, to rewatch that, to indulge again, and to kind of realize that's where I started, right? That's where I came from. Because sometimes you genuinely just lose touch. And I feel like that's one of those things that really drains you over time. You get obsessed with performance and with the things you're currently doing that you forget where it all started. And then last, balance is key. It's like some people will make it sound like you're not allowed to care at all about any of the like number stuff. My advice is to not focus on it ever. But if you do grow, it's okay to be excited about that, right? But obsessing over it is a completely different thing. So to like balance those things out, to just be like, wow, this post did okay, nice. This post did ass. Okay, I guess. You just kind of have to like keep going and like balance it out. And again, if you get too demotivated, turn to the people around you to like get some motivation. It is so worth it every single time to just share ideas and share creations and stuff like that. I think it's actually yeah, there we go. Self-care. More cliche advice, but it's true. It has always been true. Taking breaks is so damn important. I've been here 3 days. I draw like every day normally. I got the itch, dude. It is bad. Like, I don't know if you guys draw, but if you draw like daily and you don't for a while, the fucking energy levels you get from like not doing it for just a little bit are incredible. So just to take a breather, to go somewhere else, to do something else, huge help. Also, indulging. I'm cringe, but I am free is what this means. If you know the kind of stuff I make, you know that I do this very, very often. Some people feel strongly about that. I don't care, dude. I love TV. What can I say? Shamelessness comes with that too. I mean, in our case, we're all here, right? We're all indulging in this very thing right now, I think. And that's, you notice the effects, right? Once you drop that all and you just go in and indulge with the people that you know like the same things, super fulfilling. And also like pushing yourself, like, I forgot which illustrator it was, but there was this illustrator who said, if you want to get better, you have to draw like a little every day. And for a lot of people, that's like super intimidating to do because it's like, oh, what if I don't feel like it? But like, if you want to like get somewhere, like for example, people who want to make art their career, this one is very important in the sense that you need to keep learning, right? learning constantly. Like, I mean, you're always learning, right? Like sometimes there was an experiment where people were like drawing every day and people were looking at art every day. The people who were looking at art got better than the people who drew more. So that also counts as pushing yourself. But it's just a matter of like, just don't stop moving, right? And it's also, there's always people around you that are doing so fucking amazing art-wise. Like, you only see the best of the best. But you don't see the 20 sketches and work in progresses and all those things that people toss before they post the thing you saw, right? Like, it sounds like so generic, but it's very true. I have this lovely friend who animates at Pixar in California, and she talks about this a lot as well. Like, you know, everyone only sees her like portfolio work and the movies that she worked on and everything. But before that is like 10 years of learning in the first place, right? To remember those things, even for the creators you really love. Honestly, if it's a YouTuber, go back to their old videos. It is so hilarious to look back at where these people started. Some of it hasn't aged very well, especially on YouTube. But it is honestly like super, like you get energy from it to just indulge in those things. And I think that was the panel. Thank you so much for being here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, just with your hand up. Yeah? Yeah, I can hear you.
Something that really helps is there's this program I have on my computer. Oh. Hello? Oh, okay. But yeah, as I was saying, you were talking about like choosing where you're gonna post your art. And there's this program I have on my computer called Postyburb. And it does something really cool, which is, you know, because normally if you want to post to multiple sites, it is this whole process. You got to do it one by one. But this program actually makes it so you only have to post it, you know, through their interface, and then it just posts it automatically everywhere. And it helped me so much because posting my art is legitimately the worst part of it for me.
I get that. Yeah, I thought the name sounded familiar. They use that in marketing a lot, I know. But yeah, if you post on like a lot of platforms, definitely a good choice. I mean, I can't keep up with more than like 2, I think. Twitter and Blue Sky are the ones that I can keep track of, and all the other ones, it becomes so much so fast, right? But if you can like, if you want to post on a bunch of different ones, stuff like that definitely does help. It's just a matter of like where your preference lies. Like, do you want to like pump stuff out in that way, or do you want to like keep it really small to like one spot? But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. That's really good. Any other questions? No pressure. Oh, all the way in the back. Oh God. Here too. Big microphone journey. Oh.
Got to take the long way around. Too late now.
Hello. Okay. This question may probably have been already answered, but the case basically of sometimes I'm basically active on one platform, and I may have other platforms, but I basically mainly focus on others, on that one specific platform. Should I be, I don't know, basically not pressure myself from posting only on that specific platform while basically keeping other platforms away? Especially since like I left Twitter, so.
No, I get that. Honestly, if you feel like exhausted by keeping track of multiple platforms, it's okay to just not post on multiple platforms. Like some people, there is pressure for a lot of people, but in the end, it's like you gotta take care of yourself first, right? Like the art's coming from you in the first place. So if you're getting exhausted, it's usually not worth it. It needs to be fun. It's cliche, but keep it fun first before anything else. That would be my advice.
Specifically, since I would like to share my art with others, but basically I have this issue with writing the post for that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, Discord servers are good for that as well. Especially like if it's in this case, if for example, if pony art, pony servers and stuff like that. And other than that, yeah. I mean, Blue Sky and stuff is really nice for the hashtag system in that way, or Tumblr or whatever. But yeah, just keep it to whatever size you're comfortable with in that way, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. There's another one down here.
Microphone.
Oh, 2 microphones! Wow.
It's still working? Yes. My small question is, you say to keep pushing yourself, also to push myself. For my opinion, also for myself, pushing on is, is I really have a small English problem. I really try to push myself to speak and learn more English, to talk more with other people. I was joining last 2024 in December or November a server, and that's make me more the pony community connection. And I really want to try more really to speak English. And you say to keep on and try to learn more to understand for everyone better.
Yeah. No, I don't know if people notice, I'm Dutch personally. Like, English is not my first language. But I used to, like, what I did back in the days, I would join TeamSpeaks all the time. Does anyone know what TeamSpeak is? Yeah. Thank God. Okay. No, my accent was horrible, first of all. It was so bad. People would, like, poke fun at it a lot. And it was really scary at times. Like, I remember being really nervous sometimes to join them. But it really is a case of the more you do it, the easier it gets. And also, like, the language gets better. Nowadays, it's sometimes on stream, people will guess where I'm from, and it's always so funny. One person was like, "Oh, you sound like you're from Oregon." I'm like, thanks, I guess, you know, like, just a symbol of improvement, I suppose. But you can always, like, learn. And the only way to do it is to just throw yourself into the dark. So just joining, like, a voice chat where people are, for example, and listening first to, like, know what the vibe is, and then just kind of talking a little bit, or using the voice chat first is a great step, like, forward in that way. And every little step counts in that way. Like, if you've never talked, for example, in a VC, and you talk for the first time, even if it's like a few sentences, that's improvement, you know?
Yeah, too, and the same with the art, because I really impressive for all the artists who make so great art, and I really want to learn to myself that too, to make some art. The only thing I got was to make some cutie marks for my OCs, and I really want to try to learn more to draw ponies and more.
I honestly, when it comes to learning to draw, watching other people draw live is, like, super, like, handy and, like, informational. It's like on Twitch, obviously, but also in Discords themselves, like those little live streams people do in the VCs. That's, like, a great way to learn. And when it comes to people drawing fast, some people do just draw faster. Like, I don't know how some people pump out, like, fully painted pieces every day. I mean, I'm sure, for example, right now with Hollow Knight Silk Song that just came out, the amount of fan art that's already out, like, within the first week, that's, like, not even just, like, sketches, it's just, like, painterly masterpieces, you know? It's honestly baffling, but, like, in a very incredible way. But stuff like that, like, if you like an artist that posts a lot and it's, like, intimidating, it's like, don't worry about it. You can, like, take everything at your own pace, and turning that, like, stress into inspiration is also, like, huge. Because I used to get so intimidated. Like, you know, on DeviantArt, if you open the page, you get all the trending art first. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna, like, post this thing I made. And it was like this paper sketch that I scanned with my printer. And then I open the website, and it's fucking, like, Da Vinci on the homepage, you know? Sometimes it would be discouraging, but I would always post anyway. and that's the only way I ended up getting better, right? Like I can still pull those drawings up. They were interesting looking back, but we all start somewhere, right? So to keep that in mind and just keep going at your own pace is the way to go, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Anyone else? No person? Oh, God. Who was first? Closer, yeah, sure, whatever.
My question is about when you switch, when you sometimes have a switch in type of content. Sometimes you might want to make something that's a bit different from what you usually do, or even when you want to pivot to something else that's very different from what you usually do. Does that really, do you feel that, have you noticed with maybe yourself or other creators that that's caused part of the audience to leave, or have you noticed that that's that often people stick around? And what would you do? How would you go about that in a strategic way?
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I actually forgot to mention it. I realized, but something that I see a lot with friends of mine are that they have like an art account that's like branded around a fandom, right? So imagine someone who draws a lot of Pokemon art, and you love Pokemon, and you're like, oh my God, this is so beautiful, and you follow them for that, and then suddenly they'll post, I don't know, a photo of their dog or something, or some other fandom that's completely unrelated. That post bombs, right? Because their following is already based around Pokemon in that case, and then they get demotivated. And it's like, you gotta remember why the numbers will drop, because people do follow you for specific things. And if you do want to switch around, I used to have an account that was just everything in one place. Like I had Mario stuff, pony stuff, random bullshit tweets, you know, stuff like that. And it was like a horrible mix. And I was like not growing at all. And it was like, oh, what am I doing wrong? And then I made like a separate account for the pony stuff and kept all the other stuff there. And then the pony stuff was like, that account started to grow because people knew what to expect. So when it comes to like different kinds of content, don't be afraid to make multiple accounts. I have like 5 on Twitter, I think. Yeah, I know, it's bad. I'm not saying what the other ones are, but it's like there's no shame in doing that, right? To like spread everything out. And also with like YouTube and stuff, it's kind of the same story, honestly. I mean, for me, I'm not a good example in this case because I just drop whatever I want on my YouTube channel, which is like at its detriment. But like if you want to be strategic about it, yeah, you definitely just make different places for different things because people love predictability, right? That's kind of what it comes down to.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Got one up here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I think going blind into Discord live chats is a very nice idea. But I know I'm going to be nervous if I'm doing that. Or what if I can't talk about the topic of a game or movie that I haven't seen? Do you have maybe a few tips for entering live chats blind?
No, I get that. Yeah, it's like, I mean, sometimes I'll be in a VC and people talk about like a movie or something that I don't care about. And it's always kind of hard to just kind of sit there and be like, I don't know you have nothing to contribute in that moment, right? But that's okay. In the long run, it's all good. And like when it comes to joining them for the first time, something I see a lot in my server is people join with very specific interests, right? That are completely removed from what my server is for. And I always recommend those people to find the community for that thing if they want to like talk about that thing a lot, right? Like a game, for example. Because it makes me so sad when people come into like the chat and talk about some game and no one replies, you know? Because it's like, none of us play it. What are we supposed to say? But then you go to a server like that, and everyone's like, oh yeah, and they talk with you about it and ramble with you about it. They all indulge with you. I mean, I joined like a bunch of like, I'll just say Deltarune servers, for example, because I'm not gonna like bomb my own server with like all the Deltarune. I kind of did actually, whatever. But I met like a bunch of people there because we were all like fixating on that thing, right? So we're all talking about it constantly, sharing art about it all the time. And there's no shame in like doing that either, to just spread your attention out across platforms. And if it's more generic, like just you want to join in on a conversation, it is a skill. I was really bad at it at first. Like I'm sure this is super obvious, obviously, but like I'm autistic, and it can be really difficult to like throw yourself into things. When I was like a kid, I always had so many awkward moments with like school and everything where I couldn't read the room. But it really is like a skill you learn. I feel like a big thing that we forget is that socializing is kind of assumed to be something you know for some reason. A lot of people just kind of do it. But if you're neurodivergent, you need to learn it. And that's totally fine too, right? It's mistakes and learning curves and all that stuff. But in the end, you do get better. And there will be awkward moments in VCs or IRL, but you'll survive, right? Like you'll be like, damn, that sucked. But you'll like get out of it again and like meet new friends or meet new people. And then, you know, in the end, when you meet people that you actually vibe with, it's all worth it. All the mistakes, all the learning, it ends up rewarding you, I think, yeah. Thank you for your question. Was there another question?
Yes, here.
Oh, yeah.
I have a question as a photographer. I kind of have this feeling that I have to use Instagram because it's kind of the photography network. But at the same time, I share your frustrations with it. So I kind of wanted to have your thoughts about it.
Wait, can you rephrase the question a little bit? I'm having trouble understanding it.
Basically, I'm annoyed by Instagram, but I'm a photographer. Should I really use Instagram?
Oh my God, photography. I know a bunch of photographers, thankfully, but Instagram is like, it is one of the spots for photography for sure, but photography is such a hard one. Like I feel for you, like genuinely, it is so hard to get like a good place to post it. I know there's ArtStation for very professional stuff, but for photography, Instagram currently is probably the best place. And otherwise, Blue Sky. Maybe there's like a photography hashtag on there. I wouldn't be surprised. But especially if you want to preserve the quality, it becomes really difficult. But yeah, all the photographers I know are all on Instagram, unfortunately. And it's a tough market right now. But again, indulge in the passion and just keep going. And then just have fun with it, honestly, because it is really cool. Photography is not easy, so keep it up. Thank you for your question. There's one there, I think.
Hello.
Hello.
You probably talked about it in your presentation, but it came a bit late. I wanted to ask hashtags. How important are hashtags actually if you post on stuff like Blue Sky, Twitter, or even Instagram? Depends. How important is that?
It's so different per platform. Currently on TikTok, for example, I just got an update, like a marketeer update for TikTok. 5 hashtags max is what they tell you for TikTok, for example. But then they also tell you that the ideal posting range is 8 to 12 times a day. So yeah, that's like for marketeers, right? So don't take that too seriously. But it first of all, it keeps changing. It's so confusing. Twitter is like, if it's trending, if it's not trending, don't. Or like for example, if something just came out, it works sometimes. But if you use like a lot of hashtags on Twitter, they think you're a bot or spam and like nuke it. Instagram, dude, I lost track. Instagram keeps changing their algorithm like a lot. So like for right now, I would have to research it again. There's probably like marketeer articles about it. And then like that's like the best source to look for those things. But I feel like the general rule for those platforms is a little bit, not too much. For Twitter, preferably none. Alt text is important to like the description for images. I'm trying to think of like other platforms. Blue Sky works. That's like a good one. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is bizarre how different it is per platform. Like, I don't blame you for asking in the first place, because it is very overwhelming. But I recommend to, like, look up marketeer-based sources and then look what they are saying, because they're, like, they got insiders and stuff to, like, look at those things. So, yeah, I get it kind of comes down to that.
Okay, so basically keep it simple and wipe with your thing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
Just
gonna
just
matter
like
then.
ask like the professionals and look up based on the platform specifically because it's so different for each one.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it is a confusing mess. I get it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions? No? Well then, thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you have a lovely con.
Test. Hallo.
What a view. I can even see Ragnvik. What a...
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Let us know if you can hear us. I think my voice is coming through. Well, you got to speak louder. Hello, everyone. This is your captain speaking. She was right outside the door.
Raz, 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 raz.
One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, I can hear my own voice, but not hers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is there no...
Raz, 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 raz.
Könntet ihr das nochmal versuchen, bitte? Versucht's mal bitte nochmal mit der ganz rechten. Versucht's mit der ganz rechten bitte nochmal.
Test, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test.
We are missing one panelist. Flitter Chris. Flitter Chris. Flitter Chris. Flitter Chris. Where are you?
Test, 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 test.
That's better, yeah.
We're very much testing here.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Flitter Chris. Can you hear me? Where are you? Are you French? Okay, this is... Well, just in case you see Flitter, guide her here, because I don't think we can delay any longer. There's plenty of information to go through. Oh, okay, it's fine.
So it starts.
Have fun. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Before we begin, this is my very first time doing any sort of panel on any sort of convention, especially a pony one. So I'm super glad to be here. I'm happy to have Rutke on stage, and hopefully in a few moments Flitter Chris as well, to help me share some interesting things about passion projects with you. Without further ado, let's begin. Some of you may know me as Helmi. Online, I do a lot of digital art, comics, a lot of commissions, stickers, emojis. I'm mainly a digital artist. That's where you can know me for. Flitter Kiss, I will introduce her, but you might know her. She does a bit of voice acting and helping around the con. You've probably seen her around with a Viking outfit, and she is helping out quite a few vendors and panelists around here.
And you might know me. I'm Ruth Katka. It's really nice to see you all. I'm the digital artist and illustrator. I do a lot of your character here commissions. I also do fandom arts and some comics. So it is really nice to be here, and I can wait to.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a big help for me. So a quick panel breakdown. We're going to go about what is a passion project? How do we define it? We're going to talk about what is Gatland Tales, which is my passion project, and how to start your own passion projects. And I've seen there's quite a few around the GalaCon. We're going to talk about the difficulties and obstacles that you can have during your projects, as well as the tips and tricks on how to conquer those obstacles. At the very end, we'll have some Q&A, so if you have any questions, please write them down and we'll get to them at the end of the presentation. And we also have a little bit of a surprise, a little souvenir at the very end, that we're going to give out to all the participants here. So stay tuned for that. So, what is a passion project? And when I was discussing it with Flitter, Chris, and Roskotka here, every single person had a slightly different approach and idea of what a passion project is, right? But we came up with a few quotes.
Yes, exactly. Well, when we were talking with each other, we came with the different definitions of what is a passion project. And in my opinion, it's a thought that lives. Hi, Flitter.
She's here.
She's here on time.
There you go. We just started. It's all right.
We just talk about what is a passion project.
Yes, wonderful.
Yes,
Wunderbar.
So yeah, in my opinion, passion project is a thought that lives rent-free in your head and always makes you happy.
And Flitter, you had a quote for that too, didn't you?
Yeah, somewhere down the line. We're not getting echo. Okay.
No, that's okay.
Well, how I would describe a passion project is a project is a hobby that makes you happy. It doesn't matter if you get paid. Or,
we should give you a little breather.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it gives you anything back money-wise. It's what it gives you and how you feel working on it. Because a passion project rewards you emotionally. But if it can't give you paid, that's nice too.
That's good. We'll talk about it for sure. And in this presentation, you'll find a few tips that can help you in the very small passion projects, like just creating backstories for your OCs, as well as the slightly bigger, grand projects like multi-chapter stories or comics or novels. So hopefully that will help you out a little bit.
Woo!
Right, so Gatland Tales. That is the passion project that I'm working on for the past, well, several years. It's an original world that has a lot of Nordic and fantasy themes, as well as My Little Pony themes as well.
Woo! Sorry.
And the main thing about the world is its species. There's a lot of hoofed animals, and they're the only sapient species in that world, which is creatures that are capable of thought and thinking and creating cultures, stuff like that.
Yeah, you can say that. If you can go back one slide, I didn't say my line. Fjords, hooves, and swords, all in one place.
That's right. That's a little slogan for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the development was pretty slow. I started like a lot of people, which is just drawing for fun. Like we said before, it's something that brings you a lot of joy, and it certainly did for me. Recently, though, I've been sharing that sort of passion with my friends, especially on my Patreon Discord server, and I've been listening to feedback and ideas from other people, and they've been greatly motivating me to continue doing that. So a world that started with ponies only now has a lot of deer and goats and zebras and more deer and boars. The main protagonist is Caroline Skies. You may have seen a lot of art of her.
You're going a bit fast there. You forgot that, ironically, despite all of the OCs on the panel are Pegasi, there's not a single Pegasi in your whole world.
Well, okay, look, hold your horses. Hold your horses. Sure, it's an original universe, and like I said, it's not Equestria. So the creatures like dragons or unicorns, alicorns, changelings, you're not going to find there, but there's a lot to offer, I believe. My own Sona has wings as well, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. This is its own standalone thing.
Mm.
The main character, Caroline Skies, you can also see here. You might have seen her around. She is my comfort character, one of the very, very, very first characters that even started this whole endeavor of mine. And I come back to her whenever I need her assistance. There's plenty of art, but not only her, because she shares her adventures with Ludwig and Raido that you can also read in the comics, and I'll get to where. There is, about 50 comics that you can read online right now, both story and sort of single standalone comics, as well as little gags, and a few collabs as well.
Yee. Which is fun. You can, what did you say? What is that? Think Norway. I wonder where that link came from.
Right, yeah, it's the whole world is very reminiscent of Norway, and I've been to Norway many, many times, and that's where a lot of my inspiration comes from, and I think Flitter can agree that Norway is very inspiring.
Yeah, I might be biased though.
Yeah, it might be biased. I wonder why. Norse
yeah.
horse, huh?
Yes, a Norse horse. How
Norse.
funny you would say that. Come to Norse Horse Con.
Right, so let's talk about starting your own passion project. We create to share our ideas with the world. We want to create some sort of experience. This is at least why I started Gatland Tales. I wanted to create some experiences and share it with others. So a few little tips for starting out your project at all.
Well, we create to share ideas, and we create an experience. So we all start sharing emotions in that project. Because if you've ever actually worked on a passion project with more than just yourself, you know, things are gonna bundle up. Speaking from my own experience for the past year, working with other people helps you learn so much about yourself and others on how something can go from, let's say, a very hyper evening to a calm. But what has come out of that is a catchphrase and a meme, which is write that down, write that down.
Which is the first point, to write down your ideas. It's just an idea if it's in your head. If you write it down, it suddenly becomes something more. You give it a bit more more life,
a body.
And the thing that differs an idea and a passion project can be just writing that down. So keep a little notebook, keep a bunch of notes around you. And whenever you come up with ideas, write them down, because you will forget. And I had good character ideas, etc. I come back home like, oh no, it's gone. I had this fantastic idea, concept for another story, which I no longer do.
Yeah, so in another way, the difference between messing around and science is writing that down.
Define a goal. Both long-term and short-term goals are important for motivation and knowing your direction, where you even want to go. So a long-term goal, for me, for example, is to have a physical comic book that I can sell and share and gift to people. Like, I've seen vendors here like Dormin. Drawing is magic, has her own comic books, and she sells them. I'm like, oh, I'm looking up to you. I would love to do that one day. A short-term goal would be just finishing the next page, which I'd still have to do. Yes, don't look at me. The next page. Break the project down into smaller chunks.
Yeah, and it is also really nice to start the thing that you already are good at. So. And you feel confident enough to take first small or big steps, because by taking those steps, you will see and feel the progress, and that will motivate you to go on with your project. So start something that you already know or really want to get into with passion.
Mm-hmm. Last but not least is just do it. There's no other way. I'm here in front of you because Flitter told me, just do it. Just do a panel. Do a panel about this, right? And here we are, just doing it.
So, you know, if you have an ADHD horse in your life, you should probably listen to them.
Listen to the ADHD or charge on your projects that you have. Just start them and make them better later.
Yeah, just make it exist and then make it better.
That's right. That's right. To get you started, here are a few programs that can help you get you started from the different approaches.
Yeah. For organization, many artists, as far as I know, are using Trello or something equivalent to that. We also have Wrike, which is one I use a lot. It's been very user-friendly and nice, can hold up to 10 people or so for free. Google Docs is the one that everybody knows. It has all your files, it has all your PowerPoints, whatever you need, and it's free.
That's how this panel came together, by the way.
Also, you know, just a simple notebook if you're old school. Woohoo! That's at least for organization. For sound and audio. Audacity is a free software you can use to record yourself and music, but it's recommended to only use it to voice, whether it be singing or voice acting. FL Studio is a much better program for music and singing. Also for voice acting if you want to, but as far as I know that costs money. GarageBand is mainly for instruments and can be used for vocals, but mainly for instruments, and that is exclusively for Mac, I think. But I could be wrong, so you check that up if you want to. For all of these suggestions are just what we have experience with or someone we know have experience with, so please do your own research and find out what works for you. I will let the visual and art be left to the visual and art people of the panel.
Thank you. Well, I personally use a SciPaint tool because it's a really simple and user-friendly program for drawing. So I highly recommend it to everyone who just want to start drawing digitally and do not want to stress over with complicated programs like Photoshop.
Yeah, I use Photoshop for my art, and if my best advice for you, if you want to start as an artist, start with Paint-Tool-Sci.
Yeah.
The Photoshop is, no.
Photoshop
but now
you can use
I'm
later.
too deep in the game, and Photoshop is, there's no coming back. I'm a lost cause. I'm a Photoshop user now.
Pray for Helmi.
Yeah. Adobe After Effects is one last program for video work and effects, applying effects on that. So if you work with YouTube, that can help you out a lot. Let's now talk about some first sparks, at least how I started. This is some old A4 printer paper drawn by me when I first started drawing at the back of a class, not listening to the teacher, and just drawing ponies. Because I enjoyed that a lot more than whatever was happening in the classroom. And that's how I started my art adventure. Because let's be real, if you want to start, for example, art, you've got shape, value, color theory, perspective, composition, contrast, light, shadow, blah, 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 blah. It's confusing and it's boring. For me, it was boring. If somebody told me, hey, if you want to start becoming a good artist, go learn all these art fundamentals and then you'll be great. And sure, if you did that and you love doing it, sure, you'd become a great artist, but for me, this was not fun. I wouldn't want to start my art career with this. I wanted to start it with drawing ponies and armor, because I liked that. So, and the art fundamentals came later. So all of the lighting and shading, I got interested into that only after drawing ponies, because I wanted to make them look better. So that came later. So, a little interest can get you pretty far.
I'm sorry, I just got into, I was looking at the arts and I just go to the memory lane in my head. Well, we are all the beginners at some point in our passion projects or even hobbies. So it is good to have them because they make us grow and they make us learn the lessons that are really important later in life. So passion projects can develop not only your own projects but many really useful, how to say, features of your personality.
Yeah. Fastest way to learn is to remember those lessons too.
Yeah.
Right. Again, write them down, write them down.
Write that down, write that down. Always.
When I first created my main character for my comics, she was called Flower Skies. Was again my kind of a manifestations of everything I liked. So I liked armor, so I gave her a helmet. There you go. I liked freckles. I gave her freckles. Cool. I liked the Lord of the Rings, and I'm still a huge fan. So I'm like, okay, well, she lives in Middle Earth now. Great. So I put her in a universe, which was not Equestria initially. I liked sewing, so I gave her a cutie mark as well with a thread and a needle, and started making comics with her. So kind of my first Sona, so to speak. Little stories and comics started popping up with that character. A lot of great interactions. Probably you're familiar with making your very first OC. So that's how kind of it went for me. And at some point, this character started living so many stories in comics that she kind of started living with her own life. Did you ever have a character and you wanted them to do something or make a commission with them and they just told you no? They're like, okay, well, this doesn't fit me as a character. It just doesn't feel this way. That's what happened here as well. So we kind of had this sort of split. All right, Caroline Skies, a new name. She is an original character. And then my Sona would be the blue Pegasus that you know from my profile pictures probably. And I also stole the helmet, sorry.
But it was your helmet to begin with.
Well, technically, because I designed it, right? You don't get to keep it. Maybe later in the story I'll give you one, not now. I developed several things for sort of my universe, especially armor, because I like doing that, and I kind of started being known as the person that draws good armor. So if you want a commission with armor, go commission Helmy.
That one.
Yeah. Or stuff like this. How do ponies hold items, right? So the hooflock system, that was one of the first sort of popular tweets, let's say, that I had back in the day. That kind of exploded. Maybe you've seen it, maybe not.
Yeah, Helmy didn't like the chameleon grabbing hoof thingy, so, you know.
Looking at you, Apple. And all of this together, I realized, hey, I can take all of these ideas and bring them together into a cohesive universe, an original world of my own. This is how Gateland was created. And since there was a universe, there needed to be some sort of identity to it as well. And, you know, branding, so it's recognizable in the world. So I named it Gateland Tales, gait being, you know, of how horses walk, a gallop, a walk would be a gait. I took inspirations from Indiana Jones and the DuckTales adventures. That's where Tails comes from. In the logo, the horseshoe represents the hoofed characters, the sword, the fantasy thieves, and it's also reminiscent of the brooch that Caroline wears on her cloak. So altogether, you get the logo for that universe. If you're creating something like that for your own project, there's a few things to keep in mind. Most importantly, like I did with Gateland, identify the things that make your project unique. So I'm Helmy, I draw armor, and I represent that by keeping the helmet on my Sona and kind of in the profile pictures, right? Flitter, your voice is unique. I think this is something that is your type of branding if people hear you well, and of course your wonderful outfit today as well.
Thank you. I think the closest I'm actually getting to our trademark is Ufto.
Ufto.
If you have ever heard that. It's a Scandinavian phrase.
Exclamation.
Exclamation, yeah. It's something you usually say when something is like a sad surprise and you're kind of trying to show empathy towards that person. Like say if Helmy were to like slip and fall on his horsetail, then I would say, Ufto! So that's an example. Otherwise than that, it's basically just the voice in of itself and whatever shenanigans happens, because apparently that
And the energy.
Yeah,
and your
ADHD,
energy.
you know.
For the Kotka, it's her, you know her from YCH, commissions, definitely, and
Yeah.
the expression on her characters. Whoa. Probably a lot of you can recognize her style from a distance. I know a lot of people can. Oh, wow, that's Rutkotka art. That's great.
Yeah, expressions are my superpower, and I'm
Uh-huh.
super proud of it.
Understand your audience.
You have audience?
We have an audience. Can you not see the audience in front of us?
Where?
Think about who you're trying to reach when it comes to your audience and your project. The things that you make. Are you creating for adults? Are you creating for younger community? Are you creating for fans of a fantasy world or a sci-fi setting?
Are you creating for both?
Or for both, or
Young
for
and
everything. Yeah. Think about creating a visual ID or a mascot. For Gatland Tales, Caroline kind of became, and her pink cloak became some sort of identifying mascot for the series. But let's say I say Lightning Bliss. What just appeared in your head? What appeared in your head? Right? A white pony with a rainbow mane. Okay, okay. Here's another one. I'm going to say Dusty Cat. Right? It's the mustache. It's the mustache. Identifying factors. I don't even have to show you, tell you. Just the name is bound to the visual image of that person. So for you and your project, it's very, very similar. These two things will get bound together.
And be consistent, but also try to be flexible. Staying in one place, it's not good. And your project and your passions should grow the same as you do grow. So that's the best way to discover everything that you are capable of. So be consistent and flexible to discover the magic
of friendship.
Bing bong.
Nothing is set in stone, though. If you're not sure about what identity your project can be in, just experiment. Throw things at the wall, and your audience most likely will let you know.
Yeah,
they will let you know what sticks. And then just roll with that. Don't try to force it. Keep it natural, and you'll find the flow of that project. Here's something that I really wanted to talk about today, which is your project and kind of the IP, intellectual property.
One thing first.
Yeah, one thing
he's
first.
not a lawyer.
I am not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice.
Neither of us are.
None of us are. So with that out of the way,
yep.
I originally studied photography in college, and I quickly learned about copyright, stuff like that. And as we all know, MLP is owned by Hasbro. They own all the characters and copyright to them. And if you are thinking of creating some sort of fandom and story with those characters and ideas in them, it comes with some sort of risk. The best way for me to show you is to give you an example. We probably know Button Mash and Sweetie Belle. I mean, we've seen a lot of animations from Jan Animations on YouTube in the past. Some fantastic videos, very memorable. Music. At some point, Hasbro sent a cease and desist for whatever reason they may have done that. And Jan Animations had nothing to say. He had to take the videos down. At some point, there was a year and a half of back and forth, talking with different departments. He made a video about this, by the way, so you can find this on YouTube too. It was a big problem for that creativity, a bit of a danger. Same thing happened with Fighting is Magic. Same thing, slightly different, because here they were able to rebrand to them fighting herds. Right? I was about to say nerds, I'm sorry.
Nerds!
Them fighting nerds. I don't know, maybe.
Well, we are, though.
Think about it. Think about it.
That's the next game.
Spin-off.
Spin-off.
So, copyright is a funny thing when you're creating that.
No.
Okay, it's not funny when you get a cease and desist and hundreds of your hours of your work have to go out the window. So it's something I wanted to mention to keep in mind. It's one of the things that drove my universe away from Middle Earth, away from Equestria, so that I have full control over all the elements, and then I don't have to deal with any letters from Hasbro or from the Lord of the Rings folks, whoever those are. Let's jump to motivation now. It's something we can talk about for a long, long time. As artists and creators, we definitely struggled with this one a lot. One of the first things that you can do to help that is understand your workflow. Not everyone works the same. I recently experimented with the Pomodoro technique, which is like 20 minutes of work, 5 minutes of a break, rinse and repeat. That didn't work well. I did 1.5 days of that, and then I couldn't upkeep that workflow. What I noticed, though, is I work with high and low energy bursts, so there would be a very high productive week, and then after that, it will be 2 weeks or a week of procrastination and difficulties to focus. And that's okay. A lot of artists work like this as well. Don't force a workload that you cannot handle onto yourself.
Yeah, and sometimes it is really nice to have smaller goals because they are easy to manage to do, and these smaller goals will give you enough happiness that you've done something and go forward with the process of what you have to do. So smaller goals sometimes means big steps. So remember about them.
You can try a 5-minute rule. If you're really not feeling it that day, be like, okay, I'm gonna do it for 5 minutes, that's it. Set a timer, I'm doing it for 5 minutes, focus on the task for 5 minutes. If it's not working out and then you feel, I really don't feel like working, don't force it.
Yeah.
But more often than not, if I did that 5-minute rule, since I'm already sat down and I'm working on it, I might as well continue for another 5 minutes, and then it's a lot easier to break
and another
it down.
5, and another 5, and another 5, and another 5, and then you're sitting there for like 5 hours when you're supposed to go to sleep.
Why? Don't look at me.
Look at you all I want, because that comes to another thing, asking for help. Sometimes you can't do all on your own. Even if you can, that doesn't necessarily mean you should. Like when me and Helmi did a collab, I can still do audio editing just fine. But I knew that I was very busy with my current schedule. So I recorded lines and sometimes recorded lines together when there was retakes needed because things needed to sound right. So I ended up asking Helmi like, hey, are you okay with editing sound editing everything and putting it with the visuals? And he said yes. And that is how the collab went a lot smoother and took a lot less time because he had somebody to help. I had somebody to help me do the parts that also needed to be undone that I didn't necessarily have time for. And in collabs or asking friends or other people for help, you can also learn a lot of new things from that person skill-wise. So that is good to remember.
Ah, yeah, Passion Corner, next point.
Oh yeah, Passion Corner is something great. This could be a small space in your room or in your house where you can put all the things that will remind you of your passion projects. For example, a plushie, an art, everything. A song.
A song on repeat.
Sure, a song as well.
Yeah.
Because those little reminders of what you really want to do sometimes will just pop into during the day in your head and in your eyes, and in fact they do a really great job to keep your passion inside your head. Those little reminders and passion corners. I have a passion corner in my home, and Helmi asked, well, could you provide me some photos? And I said I couldn't, because if I did, and I would make an enormous spoiler what I had in plans to do. So I couldn't provide such passion corner of mine, but...
Ooh, sneak peek, okay.
But those are
looking
great.
forward to what that might be.
Yeah.
Pictures on Twitter, coming soon.
Coming soon, exactly.
And with that, it also is very important to remember to take a break. Take a break. Creativity is a limited resource, and you should not flunk it, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I think flunk it is wrong.
You'll end up like...
Overuse it, use it where it's not really needed. I don't know. So basically, don't burn yourself out. Don't be that horse, or that horse for that matter.
What?
Don't you what?
Don't burn yourself out.
It's
Working-
bad.
It's bad.
That hurts people.
Right, we briefly mentioned at the beginning about monetizing, making money off of your project, and I think this is like this golden thought that if you make money out of what you love, that's is what everyone wants to do. If you love what you do, you'll never work another day in your life, is a popular quote that I heard many, many times, and people telling me, oh, I'm so jealous because you love what you do, so it's like you're just having fun. And I can tell you this is the biggest nonsense I've ever heard, okay? I'm working more than a 9-to-5 job some days. This is a lot of work, and I don't know who made this quote, but I want to have a talk with that person, because this is not right. This is not right. It takes so much energy and effort to bring that to life, because it's not a standardized job. You have to figure things out on your own from the very, very beginning. And yeah, it's about the creative energy, right?
Exactly. If you're if you're doing what you love as a work, sometimes this work could drain you out with your energy, and you have zero motivation, power, anything to give to your hobbies, and you just want to rest. So sometimes changing a passion into your job, it's not the best, but it's really hard to set, I don't know, organize your day with your work. It's a real difficulty for me, for example. I don't know. How about you, Helmi?
Yeah, the biggest difference is, oh, I want to do something versus, oh, I need to do something, because the bills need paying, right? I need to sit down to do this art, despite me like not feeling it today. I need to do that. And that's the difference between having a job and a hobby. You have to do it. You don't just want to do it. You have to do it. And there's no other way.
Dun, dun, dun.
But there are some ways. You probably heard Patreon, stuff like coffee. There are options for creatives out there. And in my eyes, those are the best options out there. All the creative people probably use that, and you're being bombarded with every YouTuber telling me, sign up to my new Patreon, because it is just that good, let me tell you that. Countless times I've been saved by patrons and the supporters, that a lot of them are here. Thank you so much publicly now, thank you. For believing in my creativity and helping me take a bit of that load of having to do art to pay the bills off of the shoulders and allowing me to focus on my passion project, because that means a ton. And those things they can help you take that load off of your shoulders if you are struggling financially, because it's getting harder and harder. And we can probably all feel our wallets getting lighter and lighter throughout the years as well.
Especially when you're at the con.
Yeah. And as a thank you, at the bottom of my comics, I also put the avatars of my patron supporters. So all new Gatland Tales pages will basically permanently have those supporters listed at the very bottom. So, so that's a little way of saying thank you. Some people do some credits, but this is my way of showing appreciation to those supporters. Getting seen on social media, how, yes. Unfortunately, we as artists, we are kind of entertainers, and social media is our main stage. Online. It's kind of ironic because I'm a digital artist and I'm currently physically on a stage, not online. Yeah. But beside that point, our greatest feedback is the audience interactions. And in an online world, this is reflected through retweets, reposts, likes, and comments, unfortunately. This is the audience interactions that we can see visually and feel, and that makes it kind of very difficult. I don't think anyone got like an applause online, and motivation can really fall down without that component there. But some stuff that can help you with that, for me at least, is creating multiple social accounts.
Yeah, you should, one recommendation that usually is that you have a personal Twitter and then you have your work Twitter, because sometimes people like posting things on private that should not go on a provisional one. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Right. There's still plenty of people on like DeviantArt and Blue Sky. You'd be surprised, DeviantArt or Tumblr. I have a friend who's pretty successful there too. So there are bronies around those platforms that even may seem dead. So the more platforms you spread to, the higher the chance you'll reach people with your project. And I've heard on this con that some people have problems doing marketing themselves and staying online and posting regularly. It's a big issue, but in a digital world, you have to adapt. That's the best advice I can give.
Posting regularly and similar content on your social, it is really important. It is, from my experience, I could only say that sometimes it is better to keep your multi-passions kind of separated in the social media. What does it mean? If, for example, I create furry art and I create pony art as well, I have 2 accounts for it. Why? Because some of you want to see only ponies that I draw, and some of you want to see only furry that I draw. If I mixed them together, it may not be the best option for those who want to see only pony content. So it is really important to keep, sometimes it's better to keep them separated, just for you.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that too around. Last but not least is that the lack of those interactions, retweets, comments online is not an indicator on the quality of your work. It can be very depressing to be working on a massive commission and then just getting a handful of interactions on that, and then it's buried over the pile of the next big thing. And it happens to everyone. It happens to me. Here's a little example. On your left is an artwork that I did for a fanfic that I'm very proud of. I really like that. 35 retweets. On the right is a 2-hour, let's say, 2-hour sketch of Ken and Barbie. Just because, you know, for fun. Oh, 390 retweets, right, okay. And there's other examples like, oh, here's a 5-minute sketch. And it explodes. And then here's a masterpiece and nobody looks at it.
So yeah, funny stuff is apparently very popular.
It is, because art and entertainment, they go hand in hand, but throughout the years, there's been kind of a little bit of a split. And maybe you've noticed that too. Recently, I saw a great video showing this Venn diagram with art and entertainment kind of spreading away even more. We are noticing that even AI slop can be more entertaining than the art that you do. Boo. And it's boo indeed. And it's the world we live in. The people like you who have the patience to appreciate our art and things we do, it just makes me so grateful that you even are here. It's fantastic. For the art and hopefully that bit of entertainment that we can squeeze into our art as well. Now, apart from social media, if you want to have full control over how you present your project, you can think about making a website. Now, you don't have to be really a coder to do that. There's plenty of online creators that you can use. I use card.co to make that site for Gatland Tales. Where all the updates and comics are available, both on PC and on your mobile device. So if you have your phone, you write gatlandtales.com. This is where you can read all the comics, look at all the art, as well as the fan art that I've gotten throughout the years.
It just needs to load.
Yeah, I've preloaded a few of these. You can read the standalone comics, the main story. There's an entire gallery of it, all one after the other. So it's a very nicely laid out way to show my work to the people. And I have full control over that, and I love it. So think about making a website if you want to have full control over presenting your passion projects. Collabs, right?
Nah. Yes.
Flitter said nah, but she is collabing with @everyone. You can see on her YouTube channel plenty of collabs from all different people and conventions.
I have been very fortunate to be able to work with so many wonderful people, and some of you might recognize my voice from the opening ceremony because I'm also Sani Soda. So where's my tip? Or from last year, which is scarily popular. My phone! It had almost all
So yeah, we got a voice actor here too.
Yeah, and for PonyCon Holland, as you can probably see, I'm Puffertje, so what could possibly go wrong?
Voice actor!
I also do collabs. Mostly with my husband because he have a great mind for stories. So our first and most popular comic that we did it together. He created a story, and for the collabs, he is the only person I collab with right now.
Even I did a collab with Flitter here, as I took advantage of her wonderful voice, so she can give a voice to the Gatland characters. So use a little sample of that.
I only voiced one. I don't know why is it
What
characters.
of you? I can even see Ragnvik from here.
It's not showing.
This must be the...
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. So I voice Caroline, which is the main character, and I'm very grateful and honored to do that. So Helmi is just having some technical issues, so please stand by.
I can even see Ragnvik from here. This must be the highest fjord around. Being on its very tip is exciting and quite dangerous. If I'm not careful, I could easily fall. Or Ludwig, he could fall too. Luckily, we trust each other. I mean, technically, it's so easy to just push him. It would take like one hoof to do it. He will probably break a few bones or worse. Caroline? Why are you even thinking about this? What? I would never throw him off the cliff, right? Is my head okay? Am I going crazy?
So that is an example of a collab with another talented voice actor.
Or artist.
And artist. And my work wouldn't really be on YouTube. I draw art. And it's hard to just show a static piece of art on YouTube. So Flitter Chris, with a collab, helped me to move my projects and passions to a different platform, onto YouTube, that normally wouldn't be there without her help. So I'm super grateful for that. Thank you.
I'm honored.
And yeah.
Also, asking for a collab can be very scary, and usually it's mutual beneficial. But sometimes people are unsure if it is, so a way to break the ice or maybe make it more friendly, but it's not very often done, but it's something you can try, is to offer art trade, as it's called in the artist community, where like, hey, I would love to collab on this, but I'm not sure how that would be. So if you're willing to, let's say, voice this for me, then I am very happy to draw a picture for you, in case they are not an artist themselves, or even if they are an artist, then you can also do trades that way. Yeah. So it's a polite, nice way to break the ice. And if you get a no, that's okay. You can maybe find somebody else to do it with. Just never give up.
Don't worry. The worst that can happen, the world's gonna end. I mean, no.
Stop it. Do I need
need to bring out Cowley.
So how do you finish a project? Yeah, a little spoiler before. That's the neat part, you don't. At least for some projects. For Gaetan Tales, I don't think I'll ever finish the project. I can finish a page, the next page, the next page. How many pages is there gonna be? I don't know. I'm coming it up on the spot. Really, there of course is a script when it comes to the main story, and I know a few chapters ahead, but what comes next, I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part yet. That's gonna be months or years.
Very important. You don't.
But of course, it depends on your project. You don't want to do it for ever. I don't know how to unzoom it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, sometimes it is better to do absolutely your best in your project and simply call it done. Because there are more projects for you waiting to be discovered and done and working on. So if you feel like your project is good enough, or you've done absolutely everything to make it the best as you can, simply call it done and discover something new. Try to discover something new and work on something new.
Don't be a perfectionist.
That's my line.
Don't.
You need to remember that. Don't be too perfect. Don't be a perfectionist. You know, some things, the imperfection makes things perfect.
At some point, just tell yourself, it's not only good, it's good enough. Same thing with this presentation. It was good enough. Follow your dreams, everyone. Follow
Thank
your
you.
projects. And if... Thank you. For you. Community projects bring this fandom together, like I've heard from voice actors today too. This is what brings us together. And new projects from us popping out is great. So I'm happy, super happy to be able to give a bit from myself and see so many other wonderful projects like the Fallout Equestria animated series being made and other similar things and new conventions popping out. Right. If you have any questions, let us know right now. If not, then thank you so much for joining. We have a little something for you, so we'll stand at the door, give that out to you. And I am super happy that there were so many of you here. And for my first panel, I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you.
There's a microphone over there if you want to ask.
If you want to ask a question, yeah, sure, we'll be here for a sec.
We'll get something started with it. So one of the most charming things about Gaetan Tales is that it has such a whimsical tone to it. I was briefly mentioning this to you yesterday. It's a whimsical fairy tale tone to it that is very open to everyone, accessible. When normally people think about introducing fantasy to ponies and such like, it often comes with a more adult side of storytelling. Was that something very early and you knew this is the tone I want to shoot for? Because I think it's a very mature choice to do that. I'm just wondering where along the lines that came as a defined choice.
The biggest motivator was, of course, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. And looking at the design of the horses, it's very cartoony and stylized. And when creating my universe, I wanted it to be stylized as well. I always saw great, very complicated art processes that get characters this stylized. Despite them being very simple, it actually takes a lot more work than creating realistic looking just worlds that just take from our world and put it inside horses. So stylizing it was a big motivator for me when I first started. I wanted to create a world like Equestria, right? Because that initially motivated me. So I'm like, I wanna do that too. I wanna do some of my own that's gonna have a similar feel and this cartoonish look to it, like Equestria did, but at the same time put in my own interests and mix that together to create Gaetan Tales. So that was the main driving factor. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you for joining.
No. I think we have another.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was
No
one
problem.
microphone.
Test.
Please.
Yes. I got one question. First question is how to set this. Yes. Thank you very much. One of the things when it comes to Patreon, for example, I created a Patreon account years ago and never ever touched it again. I forgot the password, I forgot everything. I was totally paranoid. I never wanted to put any paywall. I want people to see my stuff, and I didn't want to put up such a wall like you can see this, you can't, or you can see this first, you can't. Is there any fair way to do this without without coming across as only those who have the money to pay
So it's
for
pay to
it?
win, right?
For that really drove me crazy. I never touched the Patreon account again.
I think that it's very respectful to have a little thank you for the people that support you financially. And the projects that we create, most of them, they're free, right? All the comic pages that I do, they're free to read. Everyone can enjoy them at any point. The tiny bit of thank you that I can give to the patron supporters is releasing a page earlier, right? Or showing them some behind the scenes, little things like this. I wouldn't
join
really
a
say,
Discord server.
yeah, or joining, yeah. I wouldn't really say that this is a gatekeeping in any way, and I don't think you should feel bad about it, because eventually this project is public and free to view. So just a little thank you is not something you should be scared and afraid of, because it's very difficult to come up with something, right? For me, it was the little icons of the supporters. That was a little thank you. The thing is, you do want them to feel more special. You do want them to feel more special. So I would, in fact, encourage it a bit more. Because if they see that, hey, they're going to be featured as a supporter, it will make them happy too. And then
or maybe a background character.
Or make a background if you're able to do this. It depends what your project is, because it can be anything. I'm speaking from comic experience. So yeah, don't feel bad for taking a little bit and just limiting it to your best supporters, because that's what you want to do. They want to feel appreciated, and they are putting their hard-earned money into your project, and that's the little thank you that you can give them. And I believe this is totally fair.
Yeah.
You shouldn't feel bad for it. It's completely fair to do that.
You can also have the option of having a $1 donation, where you, of course, will be eternally grateful, but they don't necessarily get anything out of it, except that they know that they're supporting you because they want to help you create. And then on the bigger ones, you can have like mention after a video if you make videos. You can have like, yes, you get to see things early. If you do art, maybe you can do like, as far as I know, these guys probably do, is that, oh, there might be first right to commission, or maybe exclusive commissions as well when it's your character here.
Patron priority? No.
No, never heard of that. But it's also that you can offer them, like, say that if you stream, you can say like, hey, we're gonna have a stream. I'm not gonna post publicly. It's just gonna be on my Twitch, but I'm not gonna post it on Twitter that I'm going live or any place else. So then it will be them joining there for, like, say you're playing a game or just chill and chat like I used to do. And then they will know first, and maybe they're the only ones that are joining as well. So you can find little ways that doesn't necessarily have to be about the project itself or its entirety, that you can give to the others to show how much you appreciate their help and their dedication to your work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Actually, go back to the queue.
Yeah, it's
it's fine.
Big breath. You take all your time you need.
Yeah, this is my very first time being here at the GalaCon, so I'm...
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah,
mine too.
mine
My
too.
first time.
So
Yeah, I invited you.
It's ours too, don't worry.
Yeah, so I actually have my own a project, but yeah, it never really took off, so it never got a grand audience, but I think mostly because I only have it on a few platforms and mostly because it's in German, because I haven't really gotten to translate it in English yet, but I'm planning to do it. And I think my main problem is that I am terribly at organization, so it's kind of all over
I'm
place.
sorry. The thing is, when you see that you are having struggles with things, that is where a collab can be of great help for you. And remember that a passion project, at least, is not something that needs to be viewed by millions of people. The passion project can be for just a group of friends, for yourself, or for just German bronies, for that as matter as well. You don't have to translate it over to English. You only do it if you want to.
It will help, but the thing about projects not sort of lifting off yet, I don't think Gatland Tales really like exploded in the fandom. I'm just talking about it for the very first time. So it's still in its infancy. I don't see this as a project that kind of exploded. But keep on doing the thing you love doing, because at some point, if you do get a viral post or a viral just a moment on the social stage, you want to be ready to present more. Like, what do you have to offer? So at some point, if you are interested, I'm like, oh, there's an entire site that you can read if you like. I'm prepared to show more of my project. So I would say keep on doing the thing you love doing for as long as you can. And yeah, translating it to different languages can definitely help as well.
Yeah, I mean, English is basically the world's language, so I think putting it in English will probably help.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Boost it, and if you want to give it a... I mean, if you want to try it out, then look for Trixie and the Sky Crystals, or the Heavens Crystals. I'm not sure yet, but with main.
If we're gonna find that, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hello. I'm more of a casual reader of your work, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember at some point you removed the cutie marks from your characters and said you didn't like them. I just wanted you to know your reason why you don't like cutie marks. No judgment at all.
I drew a meme. I drew a meme where there's this person sitting with a helmet with a sign, "Cutie mark, you're useless. Prove me wrong." Yeah, I'm kind of. When it comes to the horses that I draw and design, and the characters and the countless original characters I've drawn as commissions, I noticed that at some point, even if I forget or don't draw the cutie mark, it doesn't really take away a lot from the character, because a lot of their character doesn't come from what they show on their cutie mark, but their personality and the way they behave and talk, and through comics I can show that. So I took the cutie marks away from sort of my universe and OCs to really not take away that much and still present the characters well. Thank you.
All right, thank you too.
Thank you. This will be the last question because we're already over time.
Yeah, I'm trying to make this short. So taking cutie marks away kind of inspired me to ask this question, because I'm also like kind of working on a thing for myself, and I'm really hesitant to change stuff. Once I've written it down, I really don't like going back to it, because it's also something I have trouble doing, and I also don't want to just randomly have something new start, so a new character trait, or suddenly they have no cutie marks or a different hairstyle or something like that. Maybe a hairstyle is a bad example because that can be explained in canon, but something that cannot be explained in canon feels very wrong to do all of a sudden, but it's also hard for me to go back and change it from the beginning. So what would you say on that?
Keep in mind, when you're doing comics especially, as an artist, you don't stay in place. You continue growing. And your comic is going to grow with you. So if you have a project, a novel, a book, your book is going to grow with you as you learn. And it's a natural process. I don't think you should force being that consistent. If you see any changes, implement them. We've seen this done in shows before, and I know that my comics, the first comics, look very different than the ones right now. And there's some character designs and outfit designs that also change, and I accept it. It's just a part of the process, and those little inconsistencies, audience is very forgiving, right? You're pretty forgiving, I believe so. So those little inconsistencies, they'll just close an eye when it comes to them. And again, most important thing is you are growing as an artist, so let your work grow with you. Don't try to force just consistency at every level. Grow with your work. So being different, making a difference is okay. It's okay if it grows. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will be giving out little sticker packs for everyone who joined us here today as we wrap up. So I'll be standing there. You can pick up yours. Thank you.
You should probably come down the computer. I will stand and do it.
With
move it over to this side because it's nicer. Is this thing on?
Can you do that?
Yeah.
So sollte die Sache für alle noch schön sein.
Everybody sit down. I'm starting. Starting on time. I'm ready to start. I can see that. That's not anxiety inducing at all. All right, hi everybody. I'm hoping you know who I am since you've come to this panel. I'm Katrina Hadley. I was the director of Equestria Girls, the series. I did start out as a storyboard artist on Rainbow Rocks, and then was moved to storyboard supervisor for Friendship Games. And then when we moved to full series and Legend Everfree, they bumped me up to director. And then I finished out the series that way, so that's pretty cool. Oh, there, that sounds more like I have volume. Hooray. So, since there's not a ton of us, and I don't have my NDA, which means I can give you all the little behind-the-scenes tea, and we can talk about Hasbro, because I don't work for them anymore. Just come on up and ask me any questions you want, and I will hopefully remember things, because it has been quite a long time for me now, and I've got 3 other shows in my brain, so go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Were there any concept ideas for the other Sunset Shimmer?
Not that I ever saw. So I think I heard a rumor, and I'm wondering if I even saw a script outline. No, that wasn't even in the outline. No, there were never any concepts for human sunset shimmer. My thing with that idea was I kind of feel like, if you think about it, Sunset moved from Equestria to the human world. Because there was a void there needed to be a magical person. Because there was no other alternate Sunset, the Sunset from the pony world had to be the one to come and become human. So that was my headcanon around it. And so I kind of like the idea that there is only one Sunset because it had to be that way. It was her destiny.
Oh, that's why she saw this in the...
Yeah, but that's just my headcanon. But like Hasbro never had any plans for it. There was never like a concept that went around. There was never a storyline that we ever saw or outline that we ever saw. It was never a planned thing ever.
But that's a good headcanon because a cutie mark is also like a yin and yang.
Yes, exactly.
With balance, and that she is the link to both worlds.
She's the link to both. There's only one of her because of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello. I have a rather unique question.
Okay.
Because there was once this idea, since Equestria Girls ended, there was like this idea floating around in the internet that Sunset should meet the human Sunset, and that is like a resolve of like the pony Sunset, because magic was seeping in the human world. So I want, like, maybe you can tell me like what was how it would play out in the end. Like, would pony Sunset has to go back to the pony world, or
so just make you up a story on the spot? Because like there was
because I don't know who posted it, but
yeah, it might have been Nick, maybe. Again, I was never given any scripts or outlines or script outlines or any indication from official sources that they wanted to do that. So yeah, no. And again, well, understand too. I worked in Vancouver, Canada, and Hasbro Studios, and the writers were in Los Angeles. So we did not have day-to-day contact with them. The only time we had contact with them is when they would send us a script, and occasionally we would talk on the phone, very occasionally. So it's not like we worked alongside the writers or knew what they were writing. So for me, getting scripts is normally it would just like show up on my desk as an outline. Like, we want to do a story about XYZ. And from a production standpoint, we'd say like, yeah, we can do that story. We either haven't done it before, or we have all the like assets necessary, the animation things necessary to make that story. So yeah, let's go ahead and start developing that story. And then Ishii and I Ishii, my co-director, and I would sometimes have input. We would be able to send notes back, but they didn't have to do our notes because we were technically their employees. But we had been the ones who'd been on the show the longest, so they often took our notes into consideration, usually more from a production standpoint, like budgetary-wise, we can't do this, whatever. But we fought really hard to keep the characters consistent because there was a lot of new writers coming in and new executives coming in. But in terms of that Sunset idea and the Sunset human thing, I never saw it personally. Mm-hmm. It could have been something the writers had been kicking around. But I wouldn't know because I had no contact with them. Like, we're completely separated from each other. So, sorry, I don't know much about it.
But what would you say? How would it play out? Like,
how would it play out?
Yeah.
Well, similar to the answer I just gave, I personally would hope it wouldn't happen because I always felt that Sunset herself was always destined to become a human and move into the human world, which is why when she was a pony, she was so evil and not happy and unhappy and not a great student of Celestia because there was just something, she just wasn't quite fitting in there, and she actually was meant to come to the human world and bring magic over, and so she's a singular being in that way. I think if we did have human Sunset, it would probably be something as simple as she goes to a different high school, everybody meets her somehow in some sort of like track meet or something, or maybe they go to a comic shop. Like, see, I can brainstorm it. Mm-hmm. However I want, and same with you guys. You guys can probably come up with a lot of great concepts on how that would work, because there's a lot of ways you can
to bring that together. Because I mean, all the other ponies and humans have a counterpart, and it's not like they fight and cancel each other out. We did like to tease that you never know which Pinkie Pie is the Pinkie Pie who's crossed over, because it's Pinkie. So I think for Sunset that might really throw her, because she probably, because unlike everyone else, she's never seen herself over there. So that might be another little identity crisis for her. But yeah, she might feel compelled that she was supposed to go home, but she's gone and built that life in that world. So I don't think she would leave. I think she would stay. That's my personal feeling about it, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hi.
Hello. I had a question regarding Rarity and Applejack.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the show, because I feel there's some like fun hints going on.
Oh, hints? We were trying to make that happen.
Awesome. I was literally about to ask, like, was Hasbro like annoyed by that at all?
No, I don't think they noticed.
Good. Okay.
So, I don't think it was something the writers did. The writers that I know about. I can't speak for them because, again, I didn't get to hang out with them. But they never really wrote that in explicitly. But especially the storyboard team and I and Ishii were like, how gay can we make this? Can we make this the gayest thing ever? Because a lot of the storyboard team was gay or bi women, and so they were like, can we make them hold hands in the background? Like 100%, make them hold hands in the background. Make them take little photos where they're gazing into each other's eyes. Like, you know, we did on purpose push it, but we also wanted to make sure that we didn't cross the line all the way, because I do feel a bit guilty about it now, because it is a bit gay baity. Because we couldn't explicitly do it. It wasn't explicitly written. But we did play it like they were in a relationship, especially after that special. And for us, the way the special was written, it was supposed to be a friend fight, a fight between friends. But when I read it, you know, as a woman, I was like, that is not how I fight with my female friends. That is how you fight with someone you want to get with. So, and as Ishii and I were both like, that's a lover's quarrel. That's not a friend fight. So let's play it like a lover's quarrel, but ride the line so you can have plausible deniability. Or for people who don't ship that, they can see it as a friend fight because they don't want to see the ship and it doesn't destroy whatever ship they've got going on. But the Equestria Girls team were Rarity Jack shippers.
Awesome.
Okay, so yeah.
Thank you.
And I get to say that now, so. Yeah. That being said, I think all ships are valid. That's all I have to say about that. So.
Hello.
Hello.
So my question is, the last episode of Equestria Girls was the winter special.
Yes.
But I'm curious, imagine Hasbro had greenlighted more episodes. What would you have done at the climax, at the final?
Okay, so what I wished we would have been able to do was after the Legend of Everfree, we basically set up that we basically were doing Sailor Moon, where they have magical powers, they're essentially little superheroes, and then you have Monster of the Week, right? You have those leaks of power coming into the world, they'll hit something, it'll turn somebody into sort of a baddie, and they have to fight it. And I thought that's what we were gonna do. When we ended Legend of Everfree, I thought, oh good, we're gonna do Monster of the Week, it's gonna be so fun, we're gonna have our own little superhero show, and then they were like, no, we're gonna do little YouTube shorts where they do unboxing, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I think for me, what I would have loved, and I think a lot of the crew would have loved, and a lot of the fans would have loved, is if we actually went back to that concept, had that tie into something where they all graduate. And then we end the show with them graduating high school and starting to, you know, leaving them ready to begin their new lives in college, moving on. You know, Twilight would probably go to some super prestigious school. Sunset would probably join her. You know, Pinkie would start her, like, clown firm or whatever she was going to do. Rarity be a fashionista. You know, like, I think that would have been really great to wrap it up in that way where they graduate. That would have been really satisfying to me. We didn't do that. I don't know why exactly. I have theories as to why, but that would have been what I would have done.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So my question is, assuming you watch, and assuming in this room has watched K-pop Demon Hunters,
I did watch it last week.
did you get any vibes from Rainbow Rocks towards the final battle?
No, because that trope of a high school band and magic is like old, right? If you think about like Josie and the Pussycats and like pretty much any cartoon that had a group of characters, they usually formed a band and fought evil for forming the band, right? Okay. Like I think Danny Phantom did it. Like everybody's done it. So to me, it's like, yeah, that's not a new idea. I loved the execution of it though. I thought it was a really fun film. It didn't feel super Rainbow Roxy to me just because I think the emotional themes were very different. I mean, I guess it was kind of overcoming your bad side. See, this is how long it's been since I worked on the show. Yeah, but I don't think they're correlated. I think it's just an idea that's like it's just overcoming your inner fears of yourself or your own personal demons is a very reused trope in storytelling. That doesn't mean it's bad. Tropes are not bad. It's just how you execute them is good or bad, right? They're comforting. I like tropes, so yeah. Oh no, Jim is here. Hi, Jim. You shut up. It's Jim. All right, so that's my answer, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm wondering a bit about the time between Equestria and the human world, especially with regard to the age difference, or same with Twilight and Sunset. For Twilight, when she meets Sunset for the first time, they seem to be of the same age.
Right.
But presumably, Twilight and Sunset having never met, she must have been a filly at the time when Sunset left.
Yeah.
Which is there any explanation, or is it?
Oh God, no, no, they don't. They don't give us anything. Yeah, they just are like, here's your script, enjoy. We didn't think about this, and then we're going like, oh no, but the continuity between Pony and Equestria Girls, kind of went out the window after about Rainbow Rocks. Like it just. We couldn't hold it because of the storylines they were asking us to do, especially in the shorts, didn't line up with the main show. And so after a while, Ishii and I decided, again, headcanon, that the space between that you travel between the two dimensions creates a time slip. So you're either, Equestria becomes that thing. It's kind of like traveling to the fairy realm. You could go to the fairy realm, and in the human world, you're gone for 20 years, and you didn't age a day. Or you could go to the fairy realm, and you age 20 years, and the human world doesn't age a day. So that's how we kind of thought of it, is there is no real time equivalency between the two realms. Just because I think it would have been too complicated to coordinate between the two different shows. It was hard enough as it was to coordinate between the two different shows because I don't think Hasbro really cared. We cared. Jim and I talked about it a bunch because Jim and I would always get together and it would be like, well, what's going on with MLP? And like, here's what's going on with EG. And okay, well, we can't reference that in EG because it won't make sense, and you guys can't reference that in Pony because it won't make sense, but we can reference this little thing. And mostly it was just us borrowing assets back and forth, like props and stuff. We're like, oh, I don't have to design a new prop, we'll just grab it from Pony. But yeah, I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but to me it's like a fairy realm time slip.
You know, Twilight Sparkle may forgive me, but don't let too much science ruin an awesome story.
Correct.
Okay, so
hi.
I know you partially answered this question before, and you also said that you didn't have any scripts after the Christmas shorts, but it would be entirely up to you to write the finale for Equestria Girls. How would you do it? What would you write there?
Yeah, it would definitely be like a graduation episode. And I think it would be some sort of resolution to the powers. Maybe they lose some of them or maybe not. I think Sunset would maybe have to make the choice that we didn't get to have her make when they rewrote the ending to Friendship. Thank you. It's been so long. Friendship Games. We had more of a tension between her going home and staying, and I think I'd like to revisit that where she's like, "Well, I'm graduating," and essentially also, I went to school with a bunch of kids, and when I was a pony, I was basically a college kid. So, do I really want to do college again? Do I want to go home? Like, I'm free to go back and explore this because all my friends are moving on. So, do I stay here and for real make a life in this world, or do I go home? I think that's probably what I would do. It's hard to think of now. I'm sure I had ideas at the time, but it's been 7 years. And I think also it was a little frustrating to watch the main show get to have a conclusion, and they got to put themselves to bed, and we didn't. We just got stopped. So, you know, it was kind of painful as a creative. So I think I just didn't let my mind go there because that just is an exercise in frustration. So, sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you, out of the powers that the 7 characters have at the end, which one would you like to have the most?
Speed power. Because then I could clean my house super quick and then I could just lay around. You know what I mean? Like, all done, all my errands done so quick, and then I could just do the thing I wanted to do forever. And then get all the, travel really fast. I wouldn't have to drive 13 hours to see my mother. I could just speed run that in 2. That would be pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question. While in the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, the main 6, the main characters are obviously young adults.
Yep.
So Twilight Sparkle is a promising politician and public servant. Rainbow Dash is actually part of the army. Rarity is a promising businessman. In the Equestria Girls, there was a decision taken to put the story in the context of high school.
Mm-hmm.
The only explanation I gave to myself is that it was the only way to put the characters together in the same space, because it would be difficult to put them in the different corners of the country and to put them together. But maybe there was another explanation why that decision was taken to put the story in the high school.
I'm going to say a weird English word. That would be, it was aspirational and relatable. Because you have to remember, the audience is not you and me. It's not adults. It's kids. And Hasbro wanted to make toys. And what do kids see in their daily life? High schoolers. Who do they want to be? Someone older who's in high school. What kind of dolls do we want to play with? Barbie. You know, so I think for them, that was the decision. You can't they don't want to make a kids show about adults. It works for the My Little Pony because they're not actual humans. We actually had a lot of different rules than MLP. MLP got to do a lot of caricatures, like they would do that's the David Bowie pony and that's the so-and-so pony. When we would try to do it, there was a lot more copyright issues with that because they were actual humans. We also couldn't do certain when Twilight would have a freak out and she would like the panic thing. We weren't allowed to do that because as a human, it's too close to real life. So I think it's probably like a marketing decision for the toys. First and foremost, always, it's a marketing decision for the toys, first and foremost, for all of the show, always. So that's probably why the decision was made that way. And also, they were trying to compete with Monster High. They saw Monster High, they saw how popular those dolls were, and they said, we need a fashion line dolls. So obviously, you're going to set it in high school, so it directly competes with Monster High. So that's why. So it's not a sexy answer, it's a sad answer, but there it is.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
As you have talked about a bit, the Equestria Girls series was way more than just the main films. There were special shorts and miniseries, others of that. But from a marketing standpoint, it seems like Hasbro were not treating those as nearly as important as
oh God, no, they didn't care.
The main films. So my question is, from a production standpoint, did you know that everything was happening, or did those projects came last minute compared to the movies? For example, you were working on a movie and you learned then that there's going to be prequel shorts and sequel shorts.
Yeah. So what happened there was we would never know if we were getting more. So like we knew they gave us, you know, Rainbow Rocks, and we're like, great, we made Rainbow Rocks. Maybe that'll be it. I don't know. And then we'd finish that out, and then they go, oh, Hasbro wants another one. Great, we'll do another one. And then we're like, okay, that might be it. And then, oh, no, now Hasbro wants a Legend of Everfree. Okay, we're going to make that. We don't know if we're going to make more. And then finally they said, we're going to make no, I think we did the specials, the 22-minute specials. And we were like, okay, great, we're doing some specials. That's cool. Maybe that'll be it, and I'll have to get another job. And then they said, oh, we're going to do a series. And we thought, oh, great, cool. And then they said, well, we've been looking at our metrics and our spreadsheets, and it says that little kids are watching everything on YouTube and online. And I think what happened to us is we were the guinea pigs for a lot of like the kind of different things Hasbro wanted to try, because we weren't the main series, so they didn't have to risk the main series. They could risk us because we were kind of this little outlier. They wanted to see if they could make stuff for YouTube and see how well that did, and then they could maybe take that to some of their other properties and make stuff for YouTube exclusively. So I think that's what happened to us, and that's why the content, the format was shortened to those 2-minute shorts. They wanted to do those choose your own adventure endings because I think Netflix at the time had done this like thing where you could do a choose your own like, and yeah, Netflix has done that, so they're like, let's try it. And then, of course, they knew that the kind of DVDs were popular, so then they wanted to make like the more longer format ones that were like the 40-minute specials that were all hooked up. Yeah, so it was, I think for us, we got a lot of that weird let's try it from Hasbro because they weren't risking the main series, which was already super established, had to be those 22-minute episodes. So we got a lot more of like the weird ideas and the weird marketing stuff. Yeah, so we did the best we could.
Okay, but then it was never a problem in the story. It was the character that was changing in the shorts that just came before the movie.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, it was just kind of, you would get, like the executives would make a mandate, like this is the type of format we want to do, and then they would hire the script writers, and the scripts would come from LA, so we wouldn't know. It's not like we sat and did, I don't think we ever got to do story summits the way the main show did. Jim, do you ever remember if we ever got on the, I think we got on the phone once or twice with some of the executives. Oh yeah, we would just get a script. Oh, the other thing is they would do this thing where we would get a script and we would send notes, and then we're like, great, we got it in a really good place. But then the writers would take it and do this thing called a punch-up, where they would just kind of ha, make fun and just try to make the jokes better. But we wouldn't know what was happening. And then we would get a script on our desk and it was completely different than what we were expecting, which is why we had things like in the cruise ship episode, why Rarity had that love interest. He was not in that script. The entire time I was looking at outline and then like first draft, second draft, he was nowhere in there. He showed up on our desks when we got the final draft, and we were like, what is this? First of all, Rarity and Applejack are together, so what? So that's why we made him look like Applejack. Because we were mad, and so we thought, well, why don't we just make him a boy version of Applejack? Tee-hee. And same thing when Rarity had like her little love interest at the country music guy. That's why he looks like Rarity or Applejack. Because we're jerks, and we were mad because they just did that. They didn't consult us because they didn't have to. That's the other thing, guys. They were well within their rights to do whatever they wanted. We're the service studio. We didn't own it. we felt creative ownership over it, but we didn't own it. So it's not like they did that to be jerks. That's just, they were doing their jobs, we were doing our jobs. So often we didn't know what was coming down the pipe. Like, I didn't know we were gonna do an unboxing video with Spike as our first like YouTube short. I thought it was gonna be like a cute, like actual episode between the girls. And I was like, wait, we're doing what? I was mad. Because I wanted to tell a story. But yeah, you know, and then you get it and you're like, okay, so now I have this weird thing that I don't like. How do I make this good? That's the challenge. How do I make this fun and good and watchable and make it feel like a show and feel like something in the world? So that started actually becoming a good challenge. And then we started kind of getting into how weird some of the stuff was. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
So I have a kind of weird question, but so you mentioned before that, of course, Equestria Girls was made for money, selling toys, and it's a kids show. But how much did the existence of the brony fandom influence the certain choices about maybe some design? For example, you mentioned the ship between Applejack and Rarity.
Right.
But I'm thinking about another scene on the I'm on a Yacht music video. You know, I'm talking about the...
Yeah, I'm on a yacht.
So
yeah.
I was wondering, is that made? Was that made on purpose, just for fun, or?
The I'm on a yacht. Yeah, that was because we had to do all those little songs, and then I think one of the executives at Hasbro really loved that I'm on a boat, Lonely Island guys. So they just wanted to parody that. And then the great thing about the songs was they wouldn't really give you a script what to do. They would just, like, here's the song, here's the theme of the song, you guys figure out what all goes in there. So we would just give it to the board artists. And at that point, I think we were super into shipping whoever, whatever. So if we could make a ship, we would put that ship in. So yeah, I mean, in terms of being influenced by the fans, it's really hard not to be, because it's not like we don't live in the world. And we had the internet, and we've been going to cons. So like we would see things, but we would try not to directly reference anything you guys had done, because that's a legal issue. You could sue us and say that's my idea. So yeah, it was a fine line to walk. Our thing was, we often would say, oh, the fans are going to hate this. And I would have to say, guys, we can't worry about that. We are telling this story. We have to do what we want, what amuses us, what we think is right for this story. Because the fans are not a monolith. You guys aren't one hive mind. There's a lot of different opinions, even within the fandom. You can't please everybody. You just cannot. So we defaulted to pleasing ourselves and Hasbro. So I don't know, does that answer your question? That was rambling. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, more specifically, I was asking who had the idea of that certain scene for...
Which scene? Because, like, again, you have to remember, this is like, I did 70 episodes all at once in a year. I don't remember.
You know, the one where Fluttershy sticks out their feet out of the water, just waving it around in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I found it very hilarious.
I don't remember. I'm so sorry, I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, I mean, because it's like, the ideas come from so many different people, and sometimes it's one person saying something offhand, and then someone else takes it and actually like builds it into the idea. So, yeah, I don't remember who thought of that one. Yeah. Hi.
So what actually happened to the original Sunset Shimmer from the human world?
There is not one.
There isn't one. Okay.
No. So first of all, that concept, there was never any official writing on it. It's not like we had a playbook that said, like, here's everyone's backstory. Like, we had nothing like that. I've answered this like 3 times already, but my personal headcanon is that there is no human Sunset. There's no original human Sunset, because Sunset herself was destined to bring magic out of Equestria into the human world. So she is a singular being, and she was always meant to leave Equestria itself and no longer become a pony, which is why she was kind of a bad guy for so long. until she found her correct place in the universe, which is the human world. So that's my headcanon. If I had my druthers, that's what we would have done. Yeah. She's a Nexus being. Thank you, nerd. Your glasses are falling down.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, what's your favorite Equestria Girls fan fiction?
We were not allowed to read them. Because if we read them and then we got an idea and it ended up in the show, that was a legal issue where the person who wrote the fan fiction could sue.
But now?
But now I don't read it. Because the show's done for me. I'm done. I spent 7 years of my life in the mines. And it's different, I think, being a fan of something and being someone who makes the thing and loving that thing that you're making. Because I've worked on shows that I like. I like my job. It's fine. But I didn't love it in the way I loved working on Equestria Girls. But it's different being a fan of something. So, yeah, I don't really read pony fan fiction. I read other fan fiction. Lately, what am I reading lately? No, it is not. Oh, Good Omens. Yeah, that was the last one I read some stuff on. And Kim Possible stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Usually I just make my own drawings.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a question regarding like Starlight and Sunset because they met each other in an episode. And I always thought they were kind of similar. Like, what are the distinguishing characteristics between the two?
I think Starlight's a little more sarcastic. She's been through some different stuff for sure. I don't know Starlight that well because, like you said, she only came into that one episode, and my exposure to the main series was just talking about it with Jim. Like, I didn't watch the episodes. So I think he'd be a little better equipped to answer that. I know. Sunset's anger is different. I think when Sunset gets angry, it's immediate and explosive, and then she feels bad. I think Starlight festers and gets petty. I don't think Sunset's petty. I think she's aggressive. Whereas I think Starlight gets petty and sneaky, and Sunset will just be like, "You said what?" and punch you in the face. Whereas Starlight's like, "Oh, how nice of you," and then she goes away and like writes a smear campaign. So I think that's kind of the difference between them, is they have different approaches to how they get what they want.
Right.
Yeah, and I do think Sunset is a little more emotionally intelligent. I think she has an easier time making friends and understanding people because she has the element of empathy. So she's very much more open and tolerant, whereas I think Starlight has a harder time with that because she still needs to learn some of that. Yeah.
Nice, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so hello, Ingrid.
Hello.
Now I have two questions. First off, in multiple occasions, for example, in first movie when Sunset unrolls Snip and Snails, and then in Legends of Everfree when Twilight levitates the bed and starts to scream and Sunset jumps out of bed, she made sort of like karate poses or something, and then we see her in the shorts about clubs in fencing clubs. So my question is, could you see her in some kind of martial artist or do some kind of martial art?
Oh, 100% she would. Yeah, I think she'd really enjoy that. I think she is a fighter. I think she would like to fight. I definitely think I could see her taking like judo or like taekwondo or karate or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's my headcanon too.
Yeah.
And second question is, when we were talking about lots of ships, gay ships, there were two male guys.
Yes, our gay boys.
Yes, could you talk a little bit about those? Because I really love the progression of the relationship.
Yeah, that happened. I wasn't there for the first bit of that because I was in the first movie, and it was just that thing where like the jock helps the nerd on the ladder, and then of course like I think it was the layout team was like, tee hee, these guys are totally in love, and then I think Rainbow Rocks, I think we set them up again. And then we just, because we had a limited amount of background characters, and unlike MLP, the main show, their background characters, because you just have a regular pony body, they don't have clothes, they weren't as distinctive, whereas all of our background characters had to be like actual people wearing clothes. And so we had quite a few kind of regular background characters that we liked to use, because we had to be careful too. Like if we threw Derpy in a scene in the background, that's all you guys would see. And we knew that like as soon as I put Derpy or Lyra and Bon Bon in a scene, whatever's happening with the main characters of the scene is gone out the windows, nobody's watching it. So we had like a rule, like if you've got a really important scene, don't put them in. If you've got like some big like, oh, we're just walking to school, then we can put them all in there because it's fun and then it's something interesting to look at. But yeah, those two boys, yeah, like the layout crew actually posed them kissing, and there was like a little animation like we made on the side. We drew so much fan art on the side of them. And then like anytime we had like, you know, a Valentine's episode, we're like, we gotta feature those guys. And like we definitely like kind of built their relationship over time in the background, because that was the kind of fun stuff that we got to do, where we had the freedom of doing that, because it wasn't in the writing. Again, it's never was written. But for us, when you're doing a scene with multiple characters and you have to do these crowd shots, they're boring to draw, because you're drawing like a billion people. So you have to figure out a way to make it fun for yourself. So that when you're like, tee-hee, they're totally holding hands. Tee-hee, they're sitting really close. Tee-hee. And that's how you keep yourself entertained. Yeah. But yeah, those guys, 100% they're a ship.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hi.
We often talk about no human sunset in the world, but we often tend to overlook that there are quite a few characters who don't seem to have a counterpart in the other world.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to the villains of of Equestria Girls, with the Dazzlings actually being the ones who share in the fate of Sunset. And I was wondering if there was any kind of direction on which characters to use and which to totally create yourself?
Not really. I think Hasbro, like I said before, it's very complicated to try and keep those two properties tied together, especially when Hasbro itself was not really interested in that. So I think what happened over time is we started moving away from being connected to Equestria, and we just became our own thing. And that's why those villains just show up and they're their own thing. We don't see a pony equivalent. Because when you're telling a story too, like, that means we have to introduce that character, we have to see them cross over, we have to see whatever, you would have to know who that villain is. What if you're not watching the main series? What if you're just a little kid who only watches the YouTube things? You're not gonna know who the heck that is. And you need to spend all the screen time of explaining to the audience, this is who this is their backstory from MLP, and then you waste 20 minutes explaining who that is, and you've got, now 5 minutes to tell the rest of the story. So that's mostly why most of our villains going on, we didn't hook up to the main series anymore. And I'm kind of glad for that, because we got to be our own thing after a while. We weren't just like the pony mirror world. We were our own world, which was fun for us after a while. So yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I was almost worried that he was going to steal my question.
Oh.
My question is there any particular villains from the pony show that you would have loved to do in Equestria Girls? Thinking like Chrysalis, a person who's just really good at making disguises, as an example.
Who's that little Darla Dimple girl? Closey Glow? Yeah. Because I really love the movie Cats Don't Dance, and that particular trope of like tiny, innocent looking sweetheart is really, really evil. So that would have been fun. I don't know. Yeah, I think for us, we didn't, after a while, because we became our own show, we didn't really worry about what they were doing over there. I would have liked to not redeem every villain we had. I would have liked to not always have it be some sort of social media thing. I really would have loved to have Yeah, like a chrysalis type magical baddie. Like I really wanted to have like Monster of the Week baddies. Would have been really, really cool. And transform them and stuff like that. So yeah, my answer is no, there really wasn't a villain that we really wanted to do. Not really. I mean, I think Discord would have been way too scary. Because can you imagine Discord with a phone and the internet? And the internet? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
I wanted to ask, what is the best thing that came out of the production of the show?
The production. I think the friends I made along. Actually, yeah, friendship is magic. There are quite a few people that started on the show in like that I trained, and they came on as like lower tier like storyboard revisionists, and now they're like supervisors and directors, and we're still friends and we hang out. And I think those for some reason, that pony in particular, I think probably because of how long we worked on the show for and how personally invested we were in the show, I've personally finally got some of the longest lasting friendships I've ever had in my life from that. I also think, weirdly, that show for me helped me with my own internalized misogyny, because I was one of those girls who grew up being like, I don't want to like girly things. I can't do girly things because if I do girly things are stupid coded, right? And you don't want to look stupid. But then along comes Rarity, and she's rad, right? And Pinkie Pie, and she's rad. And they're all different types of girls. And there's no one way to be a girl, and you can be flouncy and pretty and wear your flouncy dresses and still be badass. So, you know, I think for me, the show really helped me that way, as seeing femininity as a bigger spectrum than I did before, because I grew up in the 80s and 90s, because I'm old. And, you know, so, and I'm a little bit old. I'm so old. Fight, yes, fight. Yeah, so I think there's that. I think the friendships, and then I think just that show. And I was very lucky that I knew working on that show that this is one of like a career highlight, and I knew it, because I'm pretty sure I won't ever work on anything again where I had that much creative control or freedom, or I have that much creative investment. If I ever get it again, that'll be amazing, but that might be it. And also just having a show that had fans that we knew about, because most of the stuff I work on is like preschool, you know, the little kids, they're not writing you fan letters, they're not making fan art, they're not telling you did a good job, they don't care. Mom put it on so they'll eat dinner and shut up, right? So all the opportunities for world travel, the show has made my life very weird and magic. So yeah, that's my answer. My very long answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I loved your last answer, that even just being a fan of the show, it kind of had the same impact on me.
Yeah.
Dealing with certain things.
Yeah, dealing with like femininity. What is that? How do I express that?
Yeah.
There's not one way of expressing that. There's many, many ways, and they're all valid. Yeah.
My question was to do with things like character design. One of the things everyone knows about the early Equestria Girls, like especially the first movie, is all the characters wear skirts to fit in the fact that Hasbro was demanding, because that was the cheapest thing to make for the toys.
It's because dolls. It's because Hasbro has a narrow view of femininity as well. Yeah.
My question sort of was, as Equestria Girls went on, the designs and of everything just got so much more varied and expressive, and was that just because they kind of were more hands-off and you just had more control over it?
Yes and no. We got a lot of, they would send us outfits, because they were like, we're making this toy line, and they would send us these outfits, and I swear to God, a drag queen would not touch these outfits. Because they were like eye-bleedingly, like just every pattern you lace and see-through, and it was just like, it was a weird thing. We wanted to put Applejack in pants. We wanted to put Sunset in pants. We wanted to put Rainbow in pants because those are the type of girls who would wear pants. They would wear jeans or pants, but they were very like, no, they need skirts because that's what little girls want. And like, but I was a little girl and I wanted pants. I really love pants. I hate skirts. I've always hated them. But I don't, so as it went on, I think because we had more content, they had enough versions of them in skirts that they were okay with us designing pants. And sometimes what happened too is we were able to get out ahead of them and be like, hey, we're doing the new movie. Let's put Sunset in these pants. Do you like it? And they would be like, yeah, we like it. We're like, great. You know, so like some of those, like I love her outfit from Sunset's outfit from the music festival. Yeah, and that was Cora. That was Cora, our designer. It just kind of depends who was designing that day. It kind of depends on what story we were telling. Also, as you get comfortable in a show, you get better at it. We also did the thing where we finally gave them ankles. I remember when we were like, can we just get them out of those horrible boots that look like hooves and get them ankles? Yeah, so then we finally got to just give them regular human legs, and Hasbro was okay with that because like I think that first movie was a big experiment for them, and they really were trying to tie it to Pony hard and tie it to the toy line hard. And then, you know, as we went on, there was more, and we got to do, like, you're right, I think they did kind of leave us alone. And actually what happened was when the movie started being made, they really didn't care what we were doing because it went movie, their attention span went movie, main series, EG. And we loved that the movie was getting all the heat. We're like, they're all looking over. Iris Sauron is all on the movie. So you know what? Yeah, we're going to ship Rarity and Applejack. We're going to put everyone in pants. They don't care. So yeah, it was kind of great that way. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
you're welcome.
That sort of sounds like what I expected. I've
yeah.
always felt Equestria Girls got much better as it went on. And
yeah. I think because we were able to make it our own. It didn't have to be tied into Pony as hard. So once it became its own thing, it was easier to kind of elevate it, I guess. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, so my question was about the, mostly about the story of the movies. Were there ever any ideas or concepts that just barely didn't make it, which would have resulted in like an entirely different movie, or was it pretty much like set in stone from the beginning what was going to happen?
The way scripting works is you'll get like a premise. So it's like the premise will be maybe like a couple of sentences. So it's like we want to make, and it's usually from Hasbro, like for Friendship Games it was, well, we want to compete with Hunger Games, so because we have these doll sets. So we want to do this like triathlon thing, and we were like, okay. And then so we're going to do this triathlon thing, and then we're going to have the rival school, and then we're going to have human Sunset show up, or no, human Twilight show up. And we're like, great, that's the premise. I like it, sure. And then the outline would kind of expand on that, and then you'd have like a bigger scene breakdown. So sometimes, but it's hard to remember because it would be like little things where we would be like, that's going to be really hard to do production-wise. It's going to be too expensive or just too complicated or take too long. The biggest thing that got cut, which I'm sure you all know, is they changed the ending of Friendship Games. And that, for us, was devastating. Because we'd put in so much work, and the way the story was written, it was kind of woven all through that Sunset and Twilight were these mirrors of each other, right? And Sunset was supposed to be struggling with wanting to go home or not, and Twilight was going to be struggling with, you know, do I stay at this high school or whatever? And the decision got made that it didn't make sense that Sunset was homesick. Was it that right, Jim? Yeah. Someone decided that, oh, I know, remember. They decided that it didn't make sense that Sunset was willing to stay in the human world without some conflict, because wouldn't she be homesick? And I remember thinking, yeah, I'm from a small town, and I couldn't wait to leave, and I hated that place. But it's still homesick for it sometimes. It doesn't mean I want to go back. I think the original concept was Sunset was missing doing magic. I miss doing magic. I used to do these big, bombastic, crazy adventures, and now I'm just doing high school stuff. Like, I was like, oh, my band is playing next week. Like, yay. Oh, I have a math test. Woo. So she was struggling with that. And then Twilight was struggling with, like, I want to do something more amazing with my life. Is that all there is? And so we had this cool mirror image thing. And then, yeah, when it was decided that, no, Sunset should be worrying about going home and blah, 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 and she should want to go back. And, like, she doesn't want to go back. She has actual friends in the human world now. She has a real life that she's built herself in this world. Yes, she can be homesick for Equestria, but she has a real life here. And then they also didn't want Twilight. We were going to originally send Twilight back with the shuttle boats and have her go back to the shuttle boat school, because then she could actually take the magic of friendship from Canterlot High and spread it further out. And we liked that concept. But then they were saying, but how would she hang out with the other girls? It's like, well, she has a cell phone. She can, like, go to the mall. She has a bus pass. Are you saying, like, if you have a friend who goes to a different school, you can't see them? They're in the same city. So we were really upset with that. And also, like, it was a lot of work on our part because when they made that decision, we had storyboarded the entire movie and it was locked. So what happened was I had to go, because I was the supervisor at the time and I volunteered, I went through and found all the places that we had to fix, and then I had to re-storyboard that, and I think I worked 3 weeks straight to Christmas to get it done. Because, like, weekends, everything. Because that was, we had to get it finished in time to go to animation, and that was the only time frame I had to do it. So that's why it feels rocky, because there was still all those little themes still in throughout that didn't change, all those little moments that we had put in, and then I had to rush job patching it to fit the new thing. And so that, I think, for me, is the biggest one of those things where, like, oh, that changed and that was harsh. So, yeah.
Like the whole concept.
Yeah, the whole concept
was
was
like set
different.
In stone by Big Hasbro from the beginning.
Yeah, it was set in stone from the beginning, and then all of a sudden we went, whoop.
Yeah.
Which happens in animation a lot. You'll have a script, you'll get it all the way to somewhere, and then someone on high goes like, oh, my kid watched it and they didn't get it. And you're like, what? Well, it doesn't make sense now, so we're changing it. I'm like, oh, cool. Do we get extra time to do that? No. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. I guess I know what I'm doing for the next 5 weekends of my life. Animations, glamorous, yay. Anyway, that's my long-winded answer.
Hi.
Hi.
So in the end of, I think it was Friendship Games,
Yep.
Sunset had this big form with a horn and
Yep.
wings. So is that confirmed that she has GalaCon potential?
Pardon?
Has Sunset Shimmer the potential to become an alicorn by that measure that she was portrayed with wings and horns?
Yeah, Nishi and I talked about this. We were like, damn, like, I don't know. Like, I think so. I think she's very much Twilight's counterpart. I think she's got the same, like, if you look at how she came over, how she was Celestia's student, like magic smarts-wise and just smarts-wise, I think she could alicorn it up. That design was just cool. A lot of the stuff was like, that just looks cool. We're gonna do it because it looks cool. So yeah, the Daydream Shimmer thing was cool. And then at that point, I was only the storyboard supervisor, so I wasn't privy to like the kind of scripting discussions that went on. So I don't know what Jason and Ishii talked about in terms of that, but I think she could.
Nice, okay.
Yeah. Cool. I love Sunset. She's my girl, so I'm going to say yes.
She is best pony.
Yeah, she is best pony.
Hi. Aren't the Cutie Marks Crusaders, so Sweetie Belle, April Bloom, and Scootaloo, too young for high school? Because it doesn't feel like they are old enough. They are old enough for high school.
Yeah. Are you saying like in the show, in the Equestria?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny? So we made a high schooler show, and then Hasbro could never decide what our demographic was. Like, they would say, like we were supposed to be, I think, 6 to 12, like for kids 6 to 12. So like if you're 12, you're kind of looking forward at high school and stuff like that. If you're 10. But then we would get notes back from the standards and practices, and they're like, this is too scary for our little ones. Like, what do you mean littles? Well, the show demographic is preschool. It's 3 to 5. I'm like, what? But they're high schoolers. What? Do you even know what you're doing? Oh, wait, no, you don't. Right, that's right. It's funny that, they don't act super old, and I think it's because it's not meant for a high school audience. It's actually meant for a younger audience. So we had to walk this line of keeping it kind of young and fun with the high school aspects. So yeah, I did probably feel elementary.
Basically, it's a high school only by name.
Yes, exactly. Also, like, doing episodes about school is boring. Who wants to watch sitting around in school? Like, you sitting around in school all day. Do you really want to go home and be like, yay, I can't wait to watch about school?
Exactly.
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi.
Have a headcanon question for you, with the normal pony world having an equivalent to hell.
Oh.
They store their evil there.
Yeah, I know. I've seen.
And Equestria Girls being the mirror universe, does it mean there is in hell there too? And if, who is there or should be there?
Probably. Who should be there? Well, definitely not the Dazzlings, because they rule. I don't think we ever had any characters that were like really, really horrible and bad.
An empty hell would be so boring.
Yeah, an empty hell is a boring hell. Probably me. I'd be there, 100%. Oh yeah, you guys don't know, right, Jim? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi.
Were there some earlier plans for a scene between Sunset and Celestia, or was the late scene that we got basically all that was ever planned?
The one when we did the Sunset Celestia thing, yeah, that there was never anything before that particular movie special episode that we had between them. That was the only one that ever got planned. I felt it was a bit rushed. That was a weird story. The kind of going back to Equestria, and I think that partly came about because Hasbro was like, okay, you guys have moved too far away from the main show. You've become too much your own thing, and people are going to forget that you're tied to Equestria, so we have to tie you back in. I think that script went through quite a few iterations, but that story was never exclusively about that. It was about all the other stuff that went on. So it would have been nice to have done an episode exclusively about that. I think that would have been a better wrap-up and would have given us more time to kind of expand on those emotions and that coming together of Sunset and Celestia instead of that short little beat that you guys got. Yeah, so that was an awkward one. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah.
Hi again.
Hi.
So in the initial trailer before the first Equestria Girls movie, there was a song that was never really completely released.
Okay.
So, like, the magic of friendship brings us together and makes everything possible.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in
the
first movie.
Was there any, at any stage, the plan to make it a full release or whatever?
I wasn't involved in the first movie, but we had a lot of songs that were either shortened for time, and there were, like, full versions. There's actually a short. There's... One of the shorts we made for Hasbro was like they wanted us to remember. Do you remember what was it? Not Vine. The ones that used to loop. They were like the 5 seconds and they would loop. Yeah, it was Vine. They wanted us to make vines
Okay.
Okay, so we made all these vines like this shit where like, you know, when you remember the old bottle flip? Remember that stupid meme from like 100 years ago and like the thing where the sunglasses would fall down and go bah, 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 like that stuff. They wanted us to make that, so we made that and then never released it.
All right.
So that happens a lot in animation is they'll make something because they have a plan for it, and then they just abandon it. It happened a lot with the toys, too. Like, when we did Dance Magic, they wanted all, like, the disco outfits and the flamenco outfits and all these crazy outfits, and then they never made the dolls. So, like, we went through all this, like, design hell and, like, did it, and then just didn't make the dolls because of pricing and price point. I don't know why. So if it's out there, yeah, they have plans to re-release it? I don't know. Yeah. That's up to them. It's not something we had control over. We would make the stuff, and then they got to do whatever they want. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of entire animated series that people have worked on, and then the company just went, we're not releasing it, and shelve it. It happens all the time. So, you know, yeah, maybe they'll release it. I know they always wanted to have albums, especially because, like, you know, we would do a lot of songs on Equestria Girls, and they would put out like a CD and album, which is why all the songs were written to be full, like 3-minute songs, even though sometimes we'd only use a minute of it in the show. So it's possible they had plans for it, but again, it's their thing. They can spend their money on it, have us make it, and never give it to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember there was a big, in the comments of that video on YouTube, yeah. Where's the song? I want this song.
Yeah.
The comments, all of them wanted that, and it's not there.
But here's the thing: unless the core demographic group of little kids want it,
yeah, I get it.
They don't care. So, like, yeah, it would have been great for you guys to have that, and they probably would have made some money off of that, and they could have made money off of that, but for whatever reason, I'm not privy to those huge executive decisions because I'm just down here on the factory floor making the sprocket, right? So I don't know. Yeah, but it happens a lot. They make something and just never release it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm done. You have to leave. Get out. You can't sleep here. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Those questions were great. I hope I kind of had answers for you, and I didn't speak too much in a circle. But yeah, thank you so much for coming out and chatting with me. Woo! All right, let's go to the charity auction.